or if it's my microphone because I just took my headphones off.
How? What are you doing? Oh yeah. Where's the spinning? Tails wants to speak. Hey, you.
Izzy, what do you think of the building so far now?
Why is it spinning? What? You're still spinning. Wait,
Well, I have to take I haven't really been killing the fish though. I'm just trying to move it because there's no way I can move it upwards because it's gonna get stuck into the block thingy. So I'm not trying to kill it, I'm just trying to move it because there's no other way I can move it. The trader though, maybe I could have moved it another way, but I was too lazy to, so yeah, that was definitely trader abuse. But I'm not abusing the fish though.
bar. The bar. The bar. Knuckles.
Oh,
Already.
I'm trying to move them though. How else am I supposed to take the fish out of the block that I'm doing? Like, am I supposed to build the block on top of them? Like, there's no other way for me to move them. I know.
No, Knuckles is playing. Why is it moving Knuckles like?
I mean, I could do that, but then that'll make the roof uneven. You know?
The bar.
Because the reason I'm putting this as the ceiling, the slabs, is so the chest can open even on top of the roof thingy, like on top of the ceiling, I mean. What? It would be silly. Look at all this fish on top. They really love this freaking, a building here because I keep spawning on top of here.
You destroyed about 2 seconds.
Dude. They do. This time I'm not gonna hit the fish. I'm just gonna like, because I had to hit the fish for the other one because because I was using slabs, but because this is a full block, I'm not gonna hit them. Storage versus zombies is crazy.
That is sweet. That is sweet.
Crazy.
Where is the
You're into Nerner. Into Nerner is crazy.
Hey!
It might not be your internet either, though. I'm just saying because I also have bad signal here sometimes. Because Puerto Rico has like a lot of rain because it's like a tropical rainforest over here. So sometimes the signal can cut off a little bit, especially since we're like near the mountains, sort of. So that too. I could show you a picture of the mountains later on. We have like mountains near us. So it could be your internet too, yes, but it could be my signal too. I have good internet, but not the best signal. The mountains are really beautiful here though. I think it's dark now, though. Like it's too dark for me to show you the mountains, but I can show you tomorrow, though. Because I need to take pictures anyway. And plus, I want to show Xavier the stuff around, and because I told him I would show him on video chat, but because there's no signal around here, like I don't have service, I'm going to have to just give him pictures instead of just showing it on a video chat, unfortunately. Because I want to show him like the cats here and stuff.
The bird and seal.
Yo, the fish is spinning! You saw that? The fish just randomly started spinning.
It's moving around? poppers or crap meat. Or crap. Destroy poppers and destroy crab meats, but
Yeah. Bro, so bars.
you know, so the fish is spinning and round spinning. You need to round spinning.
Mm-hmm. I love when the mobs just randomly spin around, to be honest. It's so very bars.
And destroy crab meat.
Technically, I'm not burning the fish. I'm just giving them no other option but to swim up. Not much. I've just been building stuff, really, with all these fish around. That's so bars. Which video were you watching? The one with the jokes are serious? Yo, what did you think of what did you think of the editing? Cause like I spent like 2 hours on that. It was so very bars. I know, right? So bars. That was actually my first time editing too. Like I've never edited before that. So that was like my first time editing. Basically what I used was KineMaster. That one editing app that some people use. I had to kind of like find out how to use it and stuff, but I ended up like kind of exploring the editing features. But I'm hoping to get at least better with it at some point, because I figured out some things, but I haven't figured out the whole thing. And if I end up using KineMaster enough, I might buy the premium. Like I might I might ask my mom or my grandparents to buy me the premium. But since I'm not making videos like full time, and I'm just using the scripts right now, I'm just making scripts right now. I have to kind of explore a bit with KineMaster and all of its features because I ended up learning how to download my PS5 videos and stuff in my things there. That's because I'm using phone. That's why. I use my phone to edit the videos. I don't have like a computer or anything. I wanted to try CapCut, but I don't know how to use that either. So, I have to. I did try using CapCut once, but I like didn't but I couldn't even finish the video because I couldn't finish the gotcha characters, and that was on my mom's computer. Oh. They do? Bro, CapCut is something else, bro. Like, more pro features. I think it's just more of like a pay to pay. At that point, they should just make the whole app to pay it instead of just for free. Because why have most of the good features behind a paywall when you can just ask for people to pay for the whole thing? Like, get people to pay. Get people to pay the whole thing. Why do they have to have? Oh yeah, a light motion. I'm pretty sure that's like a pay thing because a light is by Adobe. I'm pretty sure, and Adobe, I'm pretty sure the if I'm wrong, let me know. Is owned by Microsoft, and knowing how Microsoft is, I'm pretty sure Microsoft is like um more things you have to pay. Like they're so money hungry that they ask for you to pay for these things. I will search it up though. The best thing you can do, Izzy, is try and search up, like, do your research on what apps, like, you should do your research on what apps would be good for your computer to edit other than CapCut and see what you can do with those and how to download them. Like if they're on the store, for example, like the PC store, then just like that's what you should try and do. So you try to do your research, you know? That's like the best thing you can do, really. Until you can actually get KinMaster and those kinds of things. Maybe you might find something better than KinMaster and CapCut, who knows? The only reason I'm using KinMaster is because it's like, I edit with phone, I don't use PC. What turtle? What turtle? I don't see no turtle. Hell? What turtle? Oh, I see the turtle. Oh, it's fine. The turtle's right here. It's just spinning. Like, literally has nothing else to do but spin. You see this? It's stuck. I'm gonna have to take it out. There are so many fish that's stuck under here that I'm going to have to take out. Like, literally. Oh, Samsung, yes, that can work for editing because that's what I'm using. I'm using Android Samsung. That's what I'm using. Then you should, what I think you should do, Axel, you should like, Axel, I think what you should do, the, is use like KinMaster, I believe, and make sure that your memory is freed up so you can do long form videos. And I use Samsung, so it should be fine as long as you have enough memory to hold like long videos if that's what you're going for. What do you do for your channel? Like, do you do like video game videos, art? What kind of things do you do? Because I haven't really checked out your channel yet. So that's what I want to know. Like, what kind of themed videos do you have? Or do you have no theme? Oh, okay. So if you use video game, if you have a video game themed channel, you, oh, thanks. But if it's a video game channel, you should, like, have, like, I wouldn't say you have to have commentary, but commentary usually does gain more traction and views, and more people rather hear somebody talk than just watching the gameplay. So I'd say you should probably maybe do commentary on things, and if you really don't want to talk at all, maybe you should do like teaching how to play videos, or like videos where you play in parts, or you can do those channels where they use either text to speech for their commentary, or they use some sort of like just basically text. That's it, like no text to speech, that thing. Yeah, that's fair. Then the best thing you can do is do text to speech videos. Like find like a place where they give you text to speech kind of thing, and then you edit those audios into the KinMaster. And the thing is that but then again, what I did to make the first video with my first editing with it, what I did was I used the KinMaster feature where you can put your recording audio there. So even if you don't have a microphone, for your phone, you can go on KinMaster and you can put your voice in the freaking thing. Like, that's what you can do. So like you can put your voice into the KinMaster voice recording thing. So that's what you could do. Oh, is that why? So that's why you're asking for a new Samsung phone? Then the model I recommend you get is probably maybe like the same one I have. Like maybe an A10e, something like that. I don't have an A10e, but I used to have an A10e, and it was fine. Well, what do you have? Well, Axel, what do you have downloaded on your like what do you have downloaded? Yeah, I was gonna do that right now, but my question is that what do you have in your storage that makes it 99%? Alright. Alright. Um, right now I don't really want to call, if that makes sense. I don't really want to call right now. But why do you want to call? Okay.
Ah, Reggie. Peony, 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 peony. Let me
Yeah.
play Roblox.
do you mean you're way behind on chat? Yes, Turtle. What information? Wait, what? My turtle said turtle. That's crazy. Turtle Master. I think this belongs to you, Izzy. Turtle Master? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that belongs to you. For real, for real? Water girl is crazy. For real, for real?
Let me show you this first.
Huh?
that's cute.
I know. I got two. I got two. No, I want to take it off. You won't wear that.
Let me see.
Yeah, wait, let me take it off. So, yeah, you can hang it.
Let me see.
My sister, Wanda brought it to me. I love it. That's from Temu. You can draw things like this.
Hmm?
You can draw things like this. So you gotta say,
Hmm.
yeah.
Just 'cause
But
I'm
if you
checking.
can use, if you can use brownish like this, brownish, a little bit darker, and then brown, clear, or beige color, and brown, dark. You know what I'm saying? Give it more color,
Yeah, I was just
like the
checking.
real.
I was just checking for something here.
Yeah.
So this seems a little weird to me.
Why?
It looks like an AI generated thing, but I'm trying to make sure.
I think so. That's Chinese. Remember? This is not a real picture.
I know, but like,
It's like
I don't think an artist actually did that. It looks like
No,
it's
this
AI
is
generated.
printed. Yeah, this is printed. Made in China. China made their own mothers and fathers and put in a printer. They can only. Oops.
Huh? I think so.
Like, not like this. Not a simple one. Like this.
Let's see. Oh, you are? Oh. Oh my god. As soon as Axel said, I'm the only one here, Yeet really came in and said, nuh-uh. Like, yeah. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like, that just suddenly happened. Yeah. Oh, there's like 4 people watching now. As soon as Axel said that, more people just joined. That's crazy. It's like those people came just to contradict what Axel just said. Like, yeah. No, because why is that so funny? Like, that was so random. Like, bro, I'm the only one hearing you now. And then, like 2, 3 other people just came over and said, nope. Like, yeah, that's funny, bro. Like, that's crazy. For real though. He's crazy. You do? Bro, what is happening in my chat right now, bro? Like, no. Car torture is crazy, bro. That's crazy. Okay, why does it say one person watching now? Did everybody just leave or something? What? Wait, why does it say one person watching, but Izzy is watching and Axo is also watching? So shouldn't that be two people? No, three people because Yi is still on, I'm pretty sure. No, because, like, it's saying one person's only watching on my end. But Axo, now it says three. Now it says three watching, now. I don't know why it said one watching for a second. Like, bro, it's. The glitching is crazy. I still haven't been able to play Sonic Frontiers. I really want to play it though. I haven't been able to. I also want to play the Sonic X Shadow Generations. But I don't want like any spoilers of it, you know? Have you played Sonic X Shadow Generations? Yeet. You mean he is crazy? Now it says two people watching. You three still here? Man, you know what I hate? When my chat glitches on my end and it just shows me the same past chats. Oh, like it just replaced the entire chat for some reason. Like, I don't know why it does that. It's weird. Because, like, I replays the entire chat. Or at least the recent chats. Oh. That's crazy. You only missed is crazy. Hairling is crazy. What? Hairling? So I've been talking most of the time and he hasn't been waking up.
Hmm?
I've been talking most of the time he hasn't been
No.
waking up. He just started moving the entire time I was talking and oh. That's crazy, dude. I feel like somebody's gonna quote that just because he said no one quote that. It won't be me though, but it's definitely gonna be somebody. That's crazy. Crazy. Tell me why I read the emoticon and I know that's basically what it says, but it's just an emoticon. I didn't even see it as an emoticon for a second. But there is a 50-cent game for the PlayStation 2? Which game is it? No, you're not. Izzy is watching and he is watching. crazy, bro. Oh, it's a joke. That's so very bars. Yeet. No. Oopsie daisies. That's crazy. Hey, Abuelo.
What's up?
You want to say hi to my live stream?
You're live in stream now?
Yeah, you want to say hi?
Hola. I'm sleeping.
Sorry.
Damn. You sleeping? Bye.
Hola. Hola. Hola.
No, Axel, you're lucky he already left the freaking room. Axel, out of pocket, out of pocket. The fish! We know the fish, the fish, the fish, the fish. The fish!
And then you need to turn on the AC for a little bit.
Okay.
Try to turn it on when you go to sleep.
No.
No, no.
The fish died. We're gonna put this in a graveyard. Let's go, guys. We're gonna go upstairs and we're gonna go put this in a graveyard. Or actually, we could just make a room. You can legally say what? No, I was trying to save the fish. I was trying to save the fish. Didn't you see me grab the water bucket? I didn't think it was gonna die. I'm putting it in a graveyard. If I actually abused it, I wouldn't even think about putting it in a graveyard. Think about that. Big brain moment.
This is like
Bruh. Wait, what do you mean as soon as you asked? Sorry, my chat replayed again because it likes to, because my internet likes to freaking do that. What is happening? There's 5 people watching now. I'm actually happy that I'm getting more views now. Oh, they both left. Bro, why is my views, like the watching, just like randomly going up and down? Is someone trying to mess with me or I'm confused? Right, that's what I'm saying. I just realized, doesn't the sand blocks kind of look like cauliflower up close, like the pieces of cauliflower? Kind of does.
So yeah, come on. Let's go to the room. I'm saying if you want to go to the room.
Dude, why are you doing stuff?
Wait, I just realized. What? Listen to what? Is it like a music artist? Oh, I will at some point. You just gotta like remind me constantly because I forget sometimes. Because sometimes like people recommend me stuff and I say okay, I'll say it later, and I forget. Why is there only one person watching? It's in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying? Like the song 88 Shooting Stars is in Japanese? Oh, I do like Japanese songs. Like I actually really do. There's this one Japanese song that I listen to. It's called Night Dancers, something like that. I know something like called Night Dancers, something like that. But I forgot um like if it was actually night dancers, something like that. Oh. Oh, why did Yeet leave? Oh. No, not the spamming of the chat, bro. Not the Jiggle Jiggle skin! No! Not the Glizzy, bro. Really? Not the that's it, that's greedy. It's crazy. What is happening in my chat, guys?
I just drink some water.
You're gonna drink some water, Sam? Good job, buddy.
¿Dónde pusiste el control? Porque si él lo ve, he's gonna know. Where is it? El más drawer?
I put it
In the green one? Oh, okay. Do you have a pen, for instance? Why are you not on
Because I don't use yours, but I think I know where mine is. It's in my book bag, but
Drink your water.
yeah.
You drinking his water?
Yes.
Or he gave you some?
No, he drank as well.
Okay, I want him to drink. Yeah, exactly. I want to drink a lot of water. I'm gonna get for
Let's see.
People are gonna think they are well as great. Are you gonna be strong? No, it's okay. I can find mine. Let's see.
I don't
Just
see
open mine.
mine. Here.
You see? I already fixed it. That alien is so gross. The alien is so gross. He drank something potion.
Alright, so what did I miss, guys? Because I was gone for like a slight minute.
Yeti, we have a job. Dude, what are you doing? They're breaking crate. A faster crap?
That's crazy.
Crazy? Yanni, who's crazy?
Nothing, I was just saying that's crazy.
What? What are you doing coffee with the Sam Adams? Because he makes the slap sitting up. Because he makes the mob at stone. Because of the sandstone And it comes with
10 minutes?
why are you 10 minutes? You know, this is the copper with sandstone, but and he slaps.
I know I was not gone that long.
Yeah,
I was just talking to Abuela.
What a mess, yeah, bro.
Did you drop water, Sam?
Yeah, this is usually the drop.
Grab a towel, Sam, so you can dry it.
I get a drink or something.
Abuela. The R. The R. I'm sorry, Abuela. Like.
Why are you laughing?
Cause my friend.
Abuelo.
I mean, that's how you spelt it. You spelt it like that. That's how you spelled it with the R. Like, that's literally how you spelt it.
Why are you so mean? Because my friends are trying to stop.
Of Avrilo. Rillo. Rilla. Avril. Like. Man, I'm dead. Huh?
Why are you doing this? Really, why are you doing this? I love basement.
You like the basement, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
Avril. Avrila.
What are you
There, you spelled it correctly! Avrila! Yeah, you spelled it correctly now.
hell and crap and about fun with the jelly and purple blue cheese and hell. And a window. Window.
A blue. I will. I will lose.
A window and rain
Actually, this gives me an idea. Misspell random words so I can pronounce the misspells. Just because it will sound funny. Awakla. Oh, Awilkas.
Leonie, to whip over the stone with diamonds.
Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna say that. A Avala Avala.
Abula?
Like that's literally what it sounds like. Aweha. Aweha. Awela. 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 Sounds like an accent thing more than a misspell. Not gonna lie. Awela.
Abuela. Abuela.
Awelsa.
Abuela. Abuela.
Awaria.
Abuela. 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 What are you saying? Are you saying put the thing in with the thing, put the thing.
Avri har har. Har 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 har.
A boss. A boss. A boss. Yeah, can we give me the PS5?
Sorry, Sam. Check your computer, Sam.
I don't want to check out what your computer. It's time for a break. I don't have the PS5. I'm up. What? Diamond. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't want to check away your computer. I don't want it. I don't want that. I don't want that computer. I want no computer. I don't want the screen's good. Look, you're on first. Yanni, look, you're in first. What? Look, it's what? Wait, what? What? kidding? You gotta work out with your computer. What? I don't want to get your computer. It's time for a break.
It doesn't let you, Sam?
Yeah. It doesn't have a. I doesn't have a computer, but I can't play that computer. I can't believe not to play that computer, but you're not. You need to give me the PS5. I need to understand. Yanni, can we have to play Minecraft, please? If they have to ask, please. Please, let me play, Yanni. What are you doing, Gopher, in that stuff? Oh, good. That's so much in the basement is making. He's making the puzzle.
I don't even know. I'm not gonna pronounce the words anymore, 'cause now I'm just like tired of squinting my eyes. Cause like I have to put my glasses on.
Look, can I have to play, please?
Ask Abuela if she can watch a movie with you. You wanna come with me with Abuela so you can see? Come on.
Okay.
Get your water, Sam. Get your water.
I'm not very tired. It's not. Grab.
Wait. Oh, there's murder. What? Why did you say rest in peace? I left for 3 minutes, guys. Come on. 3 minutes and you're already saying rest in peace? Like, that's crazy.
It's your turn for break with Grandma's screen time, bro.
How would I did?
Hmm. 21-7.
How did I die? What happened? What did I miss? I was gone for 3 to 2 minutes.
I need to look.
No.
What? I'm right here. Guys, I'm right here. Stop saying I'm dead. I'm alive. I just got for 3 minutes. I'm alive. I'm right here. I'm playing Minecraft.
Yeah.
Stop.
Okay, I gotta play Minecraft. I gotta play Minecraft for you. Getting not too ready. Roblox. Ready. It's a creeper. Minecraft, what's your at Minecraft? At any company this is game. I gotta play Minecraft for that. There we go. Let's play. There we go. Sample. Sam. What's this, bro? That's crazy. You can bread at Blue House. How? How? Clean the brush in the cup. Clean the brush with a comb. Oh, we clean the brush with the chicken. There we go. And the brush in it up to pickaxe. And so exercise and pickaxes. So exercise and pickaxes. I gotta make the house. Get branch plates. I gotta grab it. I gotta grab you make this house, alright? I'm gonna make the square. Wait. Where's grass walk? Where's grass?
She's died.
Where she died?
You see, that grammar is crazy. What? Stop. Y'all making fun of me. Like,
I can make the carrot. a stick. I'm not a fan of rat any. The carrot on a stick. Hey there. Hey there. Why the pig is catchy? This is cooking. There you go. Here. Here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There you go. Why he makes the pig angry nuts about to give it this? Why does it want this? What? Why he make the dirt? Are you kidding me, bro? Time to make the house. What? What? Drown? No. Get down in the water. Get down in the water. Why is drunk to get in the water? He give it us. He give it us with Minecraft, but bandits are not agents. I'm not having fun with it. How to make the house? How to make the house? Well, I could drink it such a potion of night. Potion night. Dude, what is night? What is happening? Wait. Wow. That is nice. Creeper! I love creeper thing. The potion was the same. Okay. What are you doing drinking this potion, Keone? Why are you drinking it? I'm not a fan of elixir. Deep dark. Renew. I'm not creating the world out forever. Potion night. Potion night. I'm not a fan. Be nice to animals. Wasted 2 justice. Make the he drank it. Because drink the potion and he makes it works. Uh-oh, he falls down. Oh. Potion, I ran out at the potion. Potion of night. Potion night version. There we go. Potion night and you see this potion that's right here? Wait. Oh, it up. Dude, why is so many monsters here? No monsters here. There's no monsters. No monsters. Nope. Why are those monsters here? Come cave. I love the Lantry caves. The caves. So the caves. I already put it on with the potion. Good job. You did a job. You did it. We choked this stuff with the water. What are you doing? Wow, that looks nice. It looks so very nice. I'm gonna go up into this. Woohoo! We did it! I put the sponge here. The sponge. I put the sponge in the. We changed the color of the water. Oh my god! Which is after this. I put the water. Like the wet sponge. No, don't. Oh my god. We just after the sponge, but here. These are wait. Why don't survive? Not any. Skeleton only rats? Are you kidding me? Hey, stop, Kovad, not to shoot. Hey, please! Holy crap, why is there skeleton? Nope. You're not. What? Zombie. Creeper. Spider. Oh my. Spider. What? Skeleton. Did you see? This is a skeleton of a spider? What are you doing? Please stop shooting me. Please! Tell with a spider at the kingdom of rat. Spider with a skeleton cough on? Oh no, he catches me. He catches it. He makes. Oh no, he makes it. He just get down. He's gonna go. There you go. We just get sweaty. Hello, Mr. Spider. We just have what? Spider. What? 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 Anyway. What? Zombie. Nope. Yes. Don't.
Man, my chat is glitching out like crazy. I am going to get my phone.
You not to get my phone yet? What did you just say, buddy? What did you just say?
What did I say, Sam?
You're saying I told with the phone of listen is creep I forgot so it's blocked with a lava source, but it's lava. Which is oh man, what? That is green. What is green? I'm gonna drink the potion. I need to drink the potion. I need to drink this potion. Potion of night. Equal minute. I gotta drink the potion. I already put it on. Look. You see the deep dark here? You see the deep dark here? I love Pumpkin Witch. He's like a witch. He's like it. He makes the witch. Oh, no. Don't dig it down. Why is Steve digging down? Why is Steve digging down? What are you do? Oh! Oh, there he falls down. I gotta go up there. I need to go. Why is he potion up red? About to drink it. Why is it a glass bottle? A warden.
Hold on, I'll speak to you guys in a minute.
What are you doing changing this border? Why did the warden kill Spider? Oh no. Oh no. Don't. No! What did you do that?
Sorry.
It says after the warden killed the spider. What are you doing that? How did... Enderman. Why do you scream Enderman? What is going on? Hello, Mr. Creeper.
Alright, I'll start speaking now, sorry.
Speaking? What am speaking of that? What are you doing? Oh, look, you made it a light. The potion of light? With potion of light? Light. Infinite. What is copper a battery? They have no clue. I have a no clue. You have a no clue. What? What's it? What is it? The opposite cold water with the lava. What happened? Dude, what is happening? Is there some lava? A potion? The slime will bring the potion. Slime! Bro, the warden struck it into the silhouette at the slime. White slime kill that rat. What? More slimes? Yanni, why so many slimes?
What?
Why those many slimes? Those slimes are jumping because the slime is jumping. I think those slimes are. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please, what are you doing? Please. Why you put the word in here? Why you put the word in here? Why you put it? Why you put it? It's not word in here. The bored in this car with the opposite. Dude, why is this in so many? What happened? Why was the warden? The okay, I did.
Yeah.
Why does the warden cry in there? They're sleeping. Oh my god. Killed. What's spoken? Vex! You have to say after Vex! Why should I Dude, why the warden this way? Oh, red diamond. What is happening? Oh, why did my girl look just? What's going on? Help me well with his hands. Uh-oh. Alright, you put it on. There we go. There we go. You could call it items, but why are you trying this potion? Come on. It's zombie villager. Dude, why did my car with chest? Dude, why the Minecraft with track chest? Why the baby send me to the water? The zombies turned into brown, but I don't think. What? I don't understand. It's the same. It's the same. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it. Oh my god! The baby's on the ground! Why those babies drown? The baby drowned was her. I didn't make those swords and pick one. I put the iron sword. Where's Enderman? Enderman, where are you? There we are. Woo! Well, this ivy caught. Yeah, those Enderman.
Look, X.
Oh, the eggs! Wow, that's so cool. I love the eggs. Why the baby zombie turns into drown? Yeah, it loves baby drown.
Mm-hmm.
I love baby drown. I love baby drown just again. I love baby drown.
Hey, Exo. Bro, what is happening in my chat right now?
Why are you screaming? A tiny little zombie. A tiny little tramp.
What is happening?
What is happening?
Yeah, it does. Play Project Sekai? I've heard of it. I don't know what it is though. I mean, how much do you have to spend to play it? Like, do you have to spend anything? Oh, it does. Is it on the PS5 though?
The PS5 is mine?
What?
The PS5 is mine?
Mm-mm.
Are you kidding me?
Oh. Oh, okay.
The already mine.
Then I'll check it out.
Oh, stones. I love stones.
Oh.
Choo, 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 choo. zombie eggs? I love zombie eggs. No. 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 Those allies on a progress. No.
Bro, every time I get water,
Oh my god.
no, because I'm actually frustrated. Because every time I get the water, it always does this. Freaking. I was trying to push it. I was trying to push the fish into the water, but it won't let me push it. It didn't let me. Like, I'm getting sick and tired of this. I'm gonna keep the water bucket in my inventory. Because the next time that happens, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Like, seriously. Bro, are you just reciting the whole announcement? That's crazy. Grap it, something like that. So like with the like that, like grap it, something like that. That's how he says it. Crazy. There's a turtle on top of here.
Who? Really?
I was calling me.
Yeah, they come over here.
What happened?
And I'll make noises.
Okay. Sam, sit down, please. Could somebody sit down downstairs, right on this room, so you have to.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing with the camera?
Don't make too much noise, yeah. What the?
What happened? Yuri, what happened? Yuri, what happened?
You saw that, Izzy, right? Izzy, I know you saw that. Hey, do you want to like listen to some to some stories or something while I do this? Because like I can put like a podcast on or something. Because this is like this one Spotify podcast that I listen to. It's called like Am I the Jerk or whatever. It's like a Reddit story kind of thing. You want to like listen to that or something? Because like I'm bored and I don't know what else to listen to. Okay. I'm just going to put it on. I hope I don't get like copyrighted or something because I'll have to delete this video if I get copyrighted or something. Not like I really monetize my videos anyway though, but you know. I don't really monetize them. At least not yet, because I can't really monetize them now because I don't even have that many views to begin with. What? Izzy, should I put this one that I found, like I searched it up and one of the podcasts they got is a new one. It's called Parents Demand My Baby's Identity So They Can Commit Fraud Again.
Again.
That is a crazy freaking title though. You want me to put that one on? That title is crazy though. I'm gonna put it on.
My kid so
Hold on, I have to put my volume up
Well,
and put my
okay.
phone near the like PS5 remote, sort of. So let me just.
My entitled parents demand my kid's social security number as they claim they want to start up a bank account in his name. But after my parents use my name for their own financial gain, as well as the multiple times they've declared bankruptcy over the years, I'm concerned they would only use my son's social security number to try and ruin his life in the way they tried to ruin mine. Because right now they are very angry that I won't hand it over. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my dad thinks that I should just give him my kid's social security number as if it's somehow just no big deal. He wants to start a bank account for my little guy. It sounds harmless, but my parents suck at taking care of their finances. They've been bankrupt at least once and bailed out every few years by my grandparents while they were still living. When I moved out at 20 years old, I found out they had overdue utility bills in my name, so I could not open up any accounts for my first apartment until I paid it off for them. They took money from me while I was a minor while I was working at my first job. They also emptied $1,500 from my savings account and never paid it back to this day. So no, I don't trust them at all. My parents have been hounding my husband and I for weeks, if not months, and we have been politely dodging it. And because of that, my parents started getting really upset. So I politely told my parents that my baby already has a savings account and they can contribute to it if they like. And boy, did they flip out when I told them that. They still demanded my baby's social security number and then starts calling us names. And at this point, I just flat out say no. I tell them they didn't need his social security number to open a savings account in which the baby is a beneficiary, but they countered that they do need that. They then proceeded to tell me that my baby won't receive any money from them until they get it. But the thing is, I don't care. I'm also pretty sure they don't have any money anyways, besides the inheritance money after my grandmother passed away, that they are literally just smoking through. My dad even had his grandfather change his will less than 6 months before his death, and right when he was showing signs of dementia. My grandpa, right before he died, asked me what my dad had him sign, and showed me the new will asking me to translate it. And
what? No, because that's crazy. Taking advantage of your grandpa because he has dementia is insane. How can somebody do that?
I love Minecraft. Keep it in society. Keep it.
That's insane.
That's insane.
Who does that?
basically, it was leaving the grandkids out of the will and making my dad the sole proprietor, the executor, and giving him power of attorney. Everything was completely changed.
What?
Now, with no point in contesting it, my husband and I want to cut ties and move very far away. I mean, we could care less about, what, $15,000 in total? And it's just another negative way they can use money and positions of power. I even called one of the top 5 nationwide banks in the United States, and they say you don't need a social security number. But either way, it is not happening. They tried to corner my husband behind my back, but he wouldn't budge either. So my anger towards them just continues to rise. They make snide comments at every holiday so far, and my baby's birthday is coming up soon too, but I don't care. I mean, my
Oops, my fault.
idiot brother dolled out his kid's social security number, all without any consent from his wife or even thinking about it. So now it makes my parents say that I don't trust them, but of course I don't. Because in my opinion, someone with good intentions wouldn't get this angry. Because I blatantly don't trust my parents in the slightest. Yeah, it really seems like your parents are trying to find new victims of some kind of fraudulent situation, which is exactly what you found yourself in when you were a minor. Like, that is honestly awful, and there is no good excuse for that. Like, if they're willing to put your name under the account for utilities, even though you're a minor, then who's to say they wouldn't do that to their grandkids? Like, they've done it once, why wouldn't they do it again? That is so dishonest and just really creepy. There's no reason for that behavior, and there's no reason for them to have your kid's social security number. Because based on their history, they're only gonna ruin your kid's life. And that is absolutely not okay. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled coworker claims that I'm the reason she buys coffee every single day, and that she's wasting all this money simply because I won't share the creamer I bought for myself. But it's all so nonsensical, as our work literally offers free coffee and creamer downstairs. And I'm still honestly speechless by my coworker's incredible laziness. Here's what happened. First of all, let me just say that I am honored that I have this much power in my coworker's life. I had no idea, and apparently I'm using this power for evil instead of good. For some context, my coworker is extremely behind on bills because her college-age daughter uses her credit card, and she racked up thousands of dollars in debt. In food-related charges in one semester, she had over $5,000 on the credit card. Now, my coworker still gave her the card the next semester because she couldn't have the daughter walk in the dining hall and have food that she didn't like, even though the food was already paid for, mind you. And the kid also didn't want to cook in the kitchen, even though she paid for a weekly grocery delivery from the grocery store. But you know, I'm not a parent, so maybe I just don't understand. Anyways, my coworker is looking to save money. I grab a coffee daily from the lunchroom. Basically, it's hot water that I add my own stuff, which is like coffee and some creamer. And I guess herein lies the problem. My coworker keeps forgetting to buy the coffee that she needs. Now, for the record, I'm not sharing my expensive coffee with her. That is honestly where I draw the line. And when I say forget, I mean that she runs to the grocery store almost daily because they need a very specific cereal that day, especially when they're running out of that in their house, instead of just eating something else that they have in the house. And again, let me emphasize, I'm not a mother, so maybe this is normal. But if I tried that with my mother, I would not have had any cereal to eat. So instead of Amazoning like a normal human being, she just needs to grab some Dunkin' Donuts every single morning.
That's crazy because what, like, with them saying that maybe they don't understand because they're not a mother themselves. Honestly, even then, that is not normal behavior. I do not tell me if I'm wrong, but like, who runs out of a certain cereal and has to go to the grocery store to get that same exact cereal? Unless you're only buying the one cereal only, then yeah, that's fine. But like, if you have multiple cereals, I mean, what is the point? I don't get it. Like, so you're telling me they're wasting gas every single day going to the store just to get cereal? Honestly, if that were me, I would not be wasting gas just for a specific cereal. I would wait until all of my cereals run out, or at least eat something else for the time being. So like, but then again, cereal is not that crucial though. Like, you don't not eat, you can eat other stuff. And if the only thing you're depending on for you and your daughter is cereal, like, if the only thing you're depending your daughter to eat is cereal, then you have to find other snacks or other breakfast things, because like, you cannot be eating cereal every single day. Like, usually me and my mom, like, we have like a lot of cereals, and I don't even eat cereal every day. Sometimes I eat it for like a few days in a row, but then I end up stopping. Because like, I'm getting tired of eating cereal, and there's other options for me to eat. And cereal has a lot of sugar in it too. You're right. Unless you're getting like Cheerios or something, like, you know, not the honey ones, like the one that barely has sugar in it. But then again, I think that still has sugar. It just still tastes bland. Same with the cornflakes too. Yeah, I wouldn't eat cereal every day. There was like a few times I've eaten cereal for breakfast, like a few days in a row, 3 to 4 max. But that's because I can't find something else to eat. And even then, it's not the exact same cereal every single day. I use the other cereals for breakfast, and I don't eat it every single day, like 24/7 a week, you know? Like, can't you make like bacon or something? I don't know, bacon, eggs, maybe pre-made pancakes. If you're lazy enough, maybe buy those croissant sandwiches that you just put in the microwave and done. I mean, come on, there are so many other options than just cereal. Like, come on. Insane. Bacon pancakes.
Now, here comes the part where apparently I'm costing her money. We have free coffee downstairs and free cream. But again, it's downstairs. This coworker walks by it every single morning. And when she does remember to bring coffee, she forgets to grab the cream. And then she messages me saying she's too tired and doesn't know what she's gonna do. But here's the thing. I have cream at my desk. My cream is not the same as the one downstairs. Do you see where this is going? I buy my cream in flavors in the single serve variety. And I do this in large quantities because I'm horrible at remembering what I bought, so I just stock up to save me some time. So theoretically, I might have some extra. But as you can guess, the guilt-tripping text messages came daily for weeks, but never outright asking me that she wants some. I would always say, hey, just grab some downstairs. She told me that because she doesn't have cream, she now just stops at Dunkin' Donuts every morning. So, to review, because I won't share my $50 worth of cream, she's now telling me that she goes to Dunkin' Donuts every morning, which apparently she can't afford. And honestly, with all things considered, I can definitely see exactly where the daughter gets it from. Wow, your coworker is not only incredibly stupid, but also incredibly lazy. If she wanted to have the cream with the coffee, she would go downstairs, get it, and then bring it back to her desk. But I guess that's like too hard for her or something like that. Like seriously, what's going on here? Like this is not your fault or your problem in the slightest, and this definitely sounds like she's just being lazy and trying to guilt trip you into giving up your cream. And I'm so glad you didn't cave into these weird demands. Like I guarantee you the second you give that up even once, she's gonna ask for that every single time at work. I guarantee you that's just gonna be the tip of the iceberg, and then suddenly she's gonna be taking it from you without even asking. This is her way of like testing the limits, if you will. So good for you for sticking to it and saying no, because if given the chance based on what you've described, I'm convinced that your lazy coworker would take all of your creamer and use it all for herself. A group of entitled customers refuse to leave when I tell them that we're closing, as they beg and plead to stay just a little bit longer for their stupid games. And I'm honestly so annoyed.
Wait. Easy, Izzy. But yeah, I can agree with your statement. I'm also really, really lazy. Oh my god. But like I'm the ruler of lazy really caught me off guard. That's really funny. Yeah. Wait, I have to put it back because he started talking and I started laughing. I had to put it back a bit.
On what you've described, I'm convinced that your lazy coworker would take all of your creamer and use it all for herself. A group of entitled customers refuse to leave when I tell them that we're closing, as they beg and plead to stay just a little bit longer for their stupid games. And I'm honestly so annoyed having to deal with customers that act like this. Here's what happened. For reference, this happened last night. I work security at a bar, and I mainly check IDs and make sure the place doesn't get too rowdy, which thankfully doesn't really happen. Last night, a group of mostly British people came in at around 11 or 11:30, and they stayed until we closed at about 2 o'clock. We have a ping pong table, and the group spent most of their time playing on it. The night continued as normal. I closed the back areas of the bar at 1 and announced last call 30 minutes later. 2 o'clock in the morning rolls around, and the first issue comes up. I turn off the music in the middle of a song, which the group expressed disappointment in, even though it was a Nickelback song. I say to them, hey guys, it's 2 o'clock. We are officially closed. It's time to head to the exit. One of the men from the group said, can we have some photos in the photo booth first? So I look at them and I say, okay, fine. I let them take their photos, and I do a couple of other jobs during this time. Our photo booth is slow, so it takes them a couple of minutes to take all the photos. As this is going on, the two guys are still playing ping pong. I finish the brief task that I was doing, and I see that the group was finished taking their photos, and the ping pong guys are still playing. At this point, it's about 2:05 in the morning. I say to them, okay guys, we're officially closed. One of the guys said, okay, but just 2 more points. But I said to them, no, 1 more point. I let them do a game point, reminding them that this is the last point of the night, with the guy asking for more time eventually getting the point. I look at them again, and I say, alright, we are closed, it's time to head out. But then they ask for 2 more minutes. I look at them and I say, I already gave you 5 minutes. But they come back at me and say, oh, come on, just 2 more minutes. So I said, well, I already gave you a game point. But that's when they started whining. They said, come on, man, just 2 more minutes. I said to them, I already gave you 5 5 minutes. We are closed. He continues to plead his case, but I continue to deny him. The group he's with are keeping out of it, but they're basically all ready to go. The guy says to me, how will you be able to sleep tonight knowing you kept a game from finishing? I looked at him and said, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. He then looked at me and said, yeah, you look like a baby. Now, at this point, I'm pretty much done with this guy. I act like I didn't hear him, and I just simply take the paddles and the ball away. And eventually, the group leaves. Someone from the main group says, I'm sorry about that. He's from a different country. I say to them, it's alright. It's just time to go. Please, have a good night. Now, I do legitimately wish them a good night before locking the door, but it is sometimes incredibly annoying dealing with customers who act like this. I relate to this story so much because seriously, there is nothing more annoying than having customers sit around right when you are literally trying to close the store up. But I can say that if you ever give customers an inch, they will absolutely take a mile. Like they got you twice, once for the photo booth and once for the ping pong table, and honestly, that's like 2 more times than I would ever allow anybody to stick around. So hopefully, next time you can just give them the boot, because in my opinion, when someone says it's closing time, that means it's your turn to get up and leave. This next story came from the Am I the Jerk subreddit. Check the links in the description if you would like to submit your own story. Am I the jerk for not inviting my friend's ex-girlfriend to my party, all because they had a really messy breakup? Because right now, my friend is incredibly angry with me, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, to start things out, I recently organized a small gathering at my place, and I intentionally did not invite my friend's ex-girlfriend. They broke up on bad terms, I didn't want to create any awkwardness or discomfort for my friend. However, when my friend found out, they accused me of being unfair and excluding their ex for no reason. Now, here's some additional context. This messy breakup happened about 6 months ago. There were allegations of cheating and dishonesty from both sides, which resulted in a lot of hurt feelings and resentment. Since the breakup, my friend has been trying to heal and move on from the experience. They've been avoiding any conflict or interaction with their ex to help facilitate this process. When I decided to throw a party, I carefully curated the guest list to include people who get along well and have some kind of positive energy. So, because of that, I deliberately left out my friend's ex because I didn't want to disrupt the harmony of the event. I thought it would be insensitive to invite someone who would potentially cause emotional distress to my friend, especially considering the recent breakup. However, my friend didn't see it that way. They accused me of taking sides and punishing their ex unfairly. They argue that their ex is also part of our friend group and should have been included in the—
Wait, sorry for pausing it, but that's actually a salmon. Like, that's actually how the fishes look, I believe. Those are actually how the fishes, like, the actual salmon look. That's what they are. There, I saved the fish. Anyways, I'm putting this back. Looks like a ferret fish. Is crazy.
Invitation. They accused me of prioritizing their feelings over those of their ex, and they felt betrayed by my decision. To make matters worse, unbeknownst to me, another friend decided to invite my friend's ex without consulting me. When the ex showed up at the party, tensions immediately rose. My friend became visibly upset and confronted me about why I didn't inform them about the change in the guest list. The atmosphere became tense and the party quickly lost its lively vibe. But things took a dramatic turn when, in the heat of an argument between my friend and their ex, the ex-girlfriend threatened to call the police on the party for allegedly having a noise violation. The situation escalated quickly, and I found myself torn between trying to diffuse the tension and feeling like my intentions to create a comfortable environment for my friend had just completely backfired. So now I'm left wondering if I made the right decision by excluding my friend's ex from the party. Was I too biased in favor of my friend? Should I have considered inviting their ex despite the messy history? Or was I justified in trying to prioritize my friend's comfort by excluding their ex? I really need to know if I'm the jerk in this situation, especially how things spiraled out of control when the ex unexpectedly showed up and caused all this chaos. What should I do? You are definitely not the jerk, and in my opinion, I don't think you should have invited any of them. Your friend, your ex, literally all of them suck. How can your friend possibly be heartbroken over his ex trying to cheat on him, but then turn around and be like, oh my god, why didn't you invite her? You're only prioritizing my feelings. And then then on top of all of that garbage, get upset with you when they finally do show up. So like, which one is it? Are you comfortable with them being there or are you not? Because the
Right.
friend you're talking about is literally playing both sides of the fence. They're both upset that you didn't invite them while also being upset that they showed up. Like seriously, what does this guy want? Like I wonder if there were any signs before this party that kind of showed that, hey, maybe they shouldn't show up to this party in the first place. Because their behavior is literally insane. I get that they just broke up and clearly it's very messy. But for them to act like that at your party, that in my opinion is completely inappropriate. So no, of course not. You are definitely not the jerk. You were literally just trying to help out your friend and try to like perfectly curate this party so that anyone who shows up is going to be a positive and good influence. And the fact that all of this went off the rails literally is not your fault, but rather it falls on your friend and his ex-girlfriend. Am I the jerk for getting upset with my boyfriend after he gave a lady a ride home while my kid was in the car? Because right now I feel really guilty, and at this point I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So yesterday after church, we stopped at a gas station less than 1 minute away from where we live. It's me, my boyfriend who is driving, and my 14-month-old in a car. I was on my phone when suddenly my boyfriend was opening the backseat door to let a lady who was maybe in her 60s inside the car with her grocery bags. Apparently she was asking people for a ride home and he accepted. On the way there, they were chatting and he even pointed out where we live, which really concerned me. She lived quite far away from the gas station and I was surprised that she said she walked there, though it wasn't more than 5 minutes away. I was really upset that my boyfriend let a stranger into our backseat with our daughter. The lady was very nice, but these days you have no idea if people are carrying a weapon on them. I told him that I wish he could have at least let her sit up front just so she wasn't near our toddler, or dropped us off at home first and then went back to get her. That would have taken what, like 3 minutes for him to do? Well, I brought this all up to my boyfriend and he got really mad at me for not being more Christ-like and called me an awful person who lives in fear. I'm honestly quite the opposite and usually quite trusting of people, but just not when it comes to my daughter. She's too young to talk or understand anything. Also, I was so mad at him for what felt like weaponizing religion against me for my concern. I'm feeling really guilty now because it's not like I don't think that it was sweet that he wanted to give her a ride home, but I just had a mom instinct to protect my daughter. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? No, you are definitely not the jerk. Your concerns are completely valid. You have a kid in the car and you're letting a strange person into the car with the kid in the back seat? Like seriously, what's going on here? This is not the time to be charitable around someone that you do not know. I mean, he didn't even talk to you first and be like, oh, can we give that lady a ride? As if you're not in the car with him as well. So in that regards, I think you're completely right. That lady could have gone nuts and pulled out a weapon of some kind. She could have been a threat waiting to happen. In today's day and age, there's no way I'm gonna take that chance. Especially with a kid in the car. Now, if it was just the two of you, and you were both like on your way home, and you gave this lady a ride to wherever she needed to go, then sure, there might be a case to say, oh yeah, let's just give her a ride real quick. But to do that without talking with you first about that, especially with a kid in the car, in my opinion, is incredibly inappropriate. I personally think that's pretty obvious, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the comment section. Now, when it comes to him weaponizing his religion, in my opinion, that is incredibly hypocritical. He literally is just trying to guilt trip you and make you feel bad for not agreeing to something that you never were informed about. Like the way he's acting right now by weaponizing religion, I'm pretty sure goes against what his religion.
Yeah, because assuming that I think they said he was Christian, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong if they did say that or not, because that's what I think. But if it is Christianity, technically using your religion against somebody is not what Jesus wants or God wants. They don't want you to use God's name in order to make somebody feel bad. That's basically using his name in vain, isn't it? Which is something you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to use God's name in vain. So why would you use God's name in vain? Like, that's basically literally something you're not supposed to do. I can't say if it's a sin or not. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. But is it using God's name in vain like a sort of a sin? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it is. You're not supposed to use his name in vain. So
and teaches. So I think it's hilarious how he's like, oh, you need to be more Christ-like. But you could easily spin that around and be like, yeah, guess what? So do you. So no, I don't think you're in the wrong at all. I think your boyfriend is completely out of line for the way he acted. And if anything, I think he's completely delusional for letting that lady in the car. Because not only do you not know who this lady is, but also things could have gone really bad really fast, and there's not much any of you could have done to try and stop it. An entitled customer complains about my service towards her, despite the fact that I wasn't even the person that served her at our bar. And I'm honestly just so sick of dealing with people like this, as I literally did nothing
I
wrong
bet.
for this entitled jerk. Here's what happened. So I worked this morning and we had a huge pop. Unfortunately, one of the bartenders hates stocking the bar when he closes, so when I work after him, I find myself having to stock for both his shift and mine to play catch up. Anyways, today wasn't different, but because of the rush, I couldn't stock as much as I'd like to, so I wouldn't have to stock 2 shifts worth of alcohol after my shift for the next person. When the rush was over, I had only one lady at my bar. I brought her a water and I asked her if she wanted anything to drink. She said no, and she asked about a salad. I answered her and said I'll give her a few minutes to look over the menu and that she can let me know if she has any questions. She said okay, so I ran downstairs to get a case of ginger beer. I was gone maybe 3 minutes max. I mean, everything in the basement is scattered around. When I come back, she's moved to a table, so I now have an empty bar. So I think to myself, whatever. I put all the stuff away, I cut up some fruit, and since she moved to a table, a server would take over her order since she didn't get anything from me. So then she comes up to the bar to pay, which is weird because servers do payments at the table, but I figured she might be in a rush, so I ran her card for the server. We had a pleasant interaction, and because her server is missing in action, I asked if there was anything else I could do for her, and after she said no, she just left. 2 minutes later, the host answers the phone asking for a manager. I was the shift lead, so I ended up having to take the call. The person on the phone says, I need a manager. And I said, well, I am the manager on duty as our general manager isn't here. She says to me, is this that idiot behind the bar? I said to her, I guess it is. She then said, I need to speak with someone that's not you. I said to her, okay, I can take your name and number and leave a message for the general manager to call you, but I do want to let you know that it wouldn't be until Tuesday. She then said to me, well, when can I call them? And once again, I said Tuesday would be the earliest.
Bruh.
So I get her name and number, and then I get hung up on. Now, I guess I just really don't understand. I didn't even serve her, but
No, because actually, because like my thing is that the stupidest thing they said was saying oh when can I call you after she just said Tuesday. Why do people do this? Like why somebody literally she said, oh, the earliest I can get you on is on Tuesday. Oh, when can I call them? Tuesday. What do you think Tuesday means? Oh, they like the earliest they can get you on Tuesday, but you can call them on Monday. Like they said Tuesday, and they have to say Tuesday one more time. Like, why do people say this? Like, that's so crazy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Izzy, are you ready now? Izzy, are you done? Wait, let me check my chat real quick. You can still hear me, right?
Yenny, what is this gray one? Yenny, what is this gray one? Wait, let me see. Let me see. Why is it? What? Not really? Not really. Oh.
Really, Sam?
Oh. Because I get it working and then it's like in the game.
Wait. What?
That's water. Yanni, that's water. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That one actually works. I fell out. It fell out. Jump out this. A kill. No. It killed itself. It killed itself. Excuse. Stop. Yippee! Yeah.
Sam.
Ding 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 ding.
All right, so I'm gonna put the podcast again. Wait, I have to put my volume back up. My bad.
Earliest. So I get her name and number, and then I get hung up on. Now, I guess I just really don't understand. I didn't even serve her besides bring her some water. She moved to a table, and she was served by a server who she also stiffed. I texted my general manager about it, and I asked her to check the camera footage to see when I went downstairs and when I came back up, and it was literally 3 minutes and 27 seconds. That is all the time I spent in the basement grabbing things to bring it back up. Like, am I crazy? I obviously wasn't trying tried to ruin this lady's whole day, but I guess according to her, I definitely did. Wow, that is honestly really weird to me. It doesn't make any sense why she would complain about you. You literally sat her down and said, oh, I'll be back, and then you were gone for less than 5 minutes. Like, that is no reason for anybody to be like, wow, I'm gonna complain about you. I need to talk to the general manager. Like, you didn't do anything. You were being completely reasonable with this lady. So for her to be like, is this that jerk behind the bar? And by the way, she didn't say jerk. She said a swear word instead of jerk. And in my opinion, that's right when I would have hung up the phone, but that's just me. So seriously, the fact that she would complain about you just doesn't make any sense. Because you were more than accommodating for this lady, and any complaint she could possibly muster up, in my opinion, is completely ridiculous. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled mother-in-law demands hundreds of dollars from my wife, claiming that my wife owes her that for all the time that my mother-in-law helped out my wife. And I'm honestly so livid by this sense of entitlement from my mother-in-law that I now seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So we are in a weird moment in our lives with my wife's family, specifically with my mother-in-law and her sister. Let's call her Renata. And for privacy, some details have changed. Now, for a bit of background, I have been with my wife for around 5 years, and we have a 3-year-old kid who we love like nothing else in this world. When we started dating, she was living with her mom, who always controlled her entire life. She couldn't have a personal email, and her mom had to receive and open all of her mail. I mean, it was a lot of that kind of garbage. Her mom also always reminded her of how stupid she is, and that she needs to get a man with money because she is incompetent and can't make money. Now, my wife tried to go to college, but her mom didn't want to help her pay for it because she thought that she would fail. Meanwhile, her sister got her college paid for without ever having to work. And now that she's graduated, she makes bank. My wife lived with this treatment thinking that this is normal, and she didn't really see anything wrong with it until she met me. No one in her family ever said anything or even advocated for my wife at all. I mean, no one had the guts to do it, but instead they just avoid restore.
Danny,
Hold
can
on,
we
hold
have
on,
to
hold
play,
on.
Please, please.
Dude.
Please, please, can I have to play, please, please?
The salmon that I picked, you remember to pick up the body or whatever? It's gone.
Danny, can I have the PS5 to play, please?
Why is it gone? I thought it went into my inventory.
Can I have the PS5 playing?
Am I delusional? Hold on.
Danny, we have
Am I being, like, delusional? Because I swear to God I picked it up. You saw me pick it up, right?
Hey, Danny, can we have the PS5?
Sam, if it's finally time to take a break, you actually have to take a break, Sam.
Please, can I have the...
Sam.
Can I have the PS5?
What the frick, dude? I'll just have to go in creative mode and grab freaking salmon and pretend that's it, I guess. Because I don't know why it did that. Bro, how am I a fish killer if the fish voluntarily jumped out the casing that I gave it? It jumped out itself. It killed itself. So that doesn't make me a fish killer. Because you saw that I saved it.
Danny,
And I was going to give it an aquarium too.
Danny.
What? And also, do I have to remind you, I saved these 2 fish that's in the bucket right now.
Why the Simon to this fish? Why the Simon?
What barrier?
That's not fish, that's Simon.
It's still, salmon is a kind of fish, Sam. It's still a fish.
It's kind of Simon.
A salmon is still a fish.
Mm-hmm.
No, Sam. I'm using it.
Mickey. Medium. Medium. Medium buffer. Ew. Dark. I get to quick something. November. 10th. 10th. 20th. November 20th. Is that a plus sign? You get a spell. Spell. A spell. A spell. A spell. Spell. Spell.
Bro.
What are you doing? Oh. It's with no Simon did die by oh sorry.
That wasn't you, Sam.
Okay.
Sam.
No.
Sam.
Do we have to play this?
No.
We have to play. We have to play.
His computer said, time for a break.
Time for a break. Not to fix it. Not to fix it. Nope. Open the fence. Close the fence. Put it back. Put the back to back. Put it back. Put the stuff back. Put it right now. Put the stuff back right now. Bricks. Bricks. Y'all. Y'all. And May. We told to go with our planks. Planks. I got planks. I got
Look how big this storage room is.
Yeah, the sword. I love storeroom. You put it over our place. It counts sandstone or stuff. Cold bricks or stuff. A coffee with water. Slow down. Slow down. And
I'm gonna put the podcast back in.
Yo, this is not easable.
problems because they are a family, and apparently family sticks together. And I just hate that mentality. So I came into the picture and I started to get mad when I couldn't go places because of her mom. I mean, she treated my wife like a middle school girl. She can't go out without doing the dishes, taking the dogs out, as well as cooking and cleaning, giving off the vibes that she's some kind of like Cinderella. Meanwhile, her mom will sit there and watch TV with Renata. She was always condescending to her, and the narcissistic, selfish attitude just drained my wife's self-esteem. When it comes to who my wife's mom prioritizes, the most important person in her life is herself, and then her dogs, her boyfriend, my wife's sister Renata, and then lastly, my wife. And then when my wife had our kid, my mother-in-law didn't even want to babysit because she's too tired and doesn't want to work when she's out of work. I mean, she's actually calling my kid work. Plus, she's always putting stuff on my kid's head by saying stuff like, call my boyfriend grandpa, which really upset us, and we cut that out right away. I mean, they were only dating a couple of months at the time. So I got fed up, and I talked to my wife and said that we need to distance ourselves. I mean, I just wanted to go no contact, but it is her family, and she didn't want to do that, which I completely understand. Fast forward a few days, and they had an argument on the phone where my mother-in-law was, again, treating her like she doesn't know what she's talking about, and being disrespectful and condescending to my wife. So she hangs up on her mid-sentence, and I'm so glad because I've been telling her to no longer take that treatment from her, because you know what? Respect is earned, and it is not just going to be given just because it's her mom. Well, this made my mother-in-law super mad, so she called the both of us almost 20 times. Then her sister did the same thing, as well as sending us text messages telling us to apologize to her mom. And this makes sense because my wife's sister was always a mama's girl and is literally just a copy of her mother. My mother-in-law sent a lot of text messages with a lot of BS going on, with the last one saying, I am done. And according to my wife, this is something that my mother-in-law always says. I told her, okay, then we're done too, for real this time though. I mean, she needs some kind of consequences because she always says stuff to reinforce her narrative and so that she can feel like she's the one in control. Because of this discussion literally yesterday, my mother-in-law texted my wife asking her for the money that my wife owes her. And for a bit of context, I just found out that years ago, my wife couldn't pay her cell phone bill and my mother-in-law helped her out by paying for it. And when my wife got some money, she tried to pay her back, but her mom said no for some reason, but instead just kept paying for the phone. I mean, it was under my mother-in-law's name, so my wife just told her to cancel the line, but she didn't. Then, literally like a year later, she actually asked my wife out of the blue to pay her back for all the help that she provided. And apparently, my wife has been paying for that help ever since. And this is without me knowing because she didn't want to make me more stressed out and mess up my anxiety with the situation. Well, I took her out of my mother-in-law's account a while ago, but she's been paying her mom for like 2 years now. And her mom said that she owed her something like $900. And at this point, I'm livid. Like, this is why she kept the line up and didn't want the money. I mean, what the world is wrong with this lady for her to be demanding this money when she was just trying to help her own daughter? I mean, how can someone be so entitled and selfish to literally write down every penny she used on my wife so she can have ammo to go after her when she needs money? So I grabbed the money that her boyfriend gave us for the wedding, which is about $1,000, and I'm gonna give it to her and basically say, consider the debt paid off, and please get lost with your garbage. We're also planning on distancing ourselves even more from her, including not allowing her to see her grandchild until she grows up. Now, I know I'm not obligated to give any money since everything was on her name and linked to her bank account, but I don't want to give her any more reasons to stay around with her garbage. So honestly, am I overreacting here? Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to go no contact with your mother-in-law. She sounds insane. She literally spent a lifetime of treating your wife like garbage, and now that your wife is out of the house, and she's literally about to live her own life with you, her mom is holding on to the last thread of this stupid sweater just to try and screw you guys over one last time. I mean, personally, if I was in your shoes, I would tell her to get lost and that I'm not going to pay her anything. But also, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea just to give that money back that they gave you. Like, the last thing I would ever want is for that woman to have another thing over me that she can demand later on. So if she really wants that $900 back so badly, then they can have that money back that you were given for your wedding. Because as far as I'm concerned, these are not the kind kind of people you want to have any debt towards, because I guarantee you they're going to hold that over your head for the rest of your life. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for laughing at my cousin after she had an absolute meltdown after her boss saw her buying toilet paper at Costco? Because now she is incredibly angry with me and she is refusing to talk to me. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so yesterday I tagged along with my cousin on her trip to Costco. She has always been very high-strung, but for the most part, we were having a nice time. As we were in the checkout line, a very pleasant man in his 50s or 60s said hello, and my cousin introduced him as the man who owns the company that she works for. I sort of stood by as they had a normal small talk, and he even complimented her on helping out with a huge sale, even though she's not in sales, and said that he was still working out what the bonus was going to be, as it looked like it was going to be more than they initially thought. I mean, all in all, it seemed like a great interaction to have with a boss, especially when you see them out in public. Well, shortly after he left, she started almost hyperventilating. She was saying, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. Now, I had no idea what she was talking about, but then she started saying, we have to leave. We have to get out of here. That was horrible. I said I have $300 worth of groceries and I can't come to Costco, so I can't leave. She actually walked away and sat down in the food court, and I was still so lost, but her leaving caused an even bigger scene because I then had to go find her because they needed to scan her membership card. She was in absolute hysterics at this point, and even the cashier asked if she was okay and if they could get her some water. Well, we paid and walked out, and she appeared to be so physically weak, I told her to lay down in the back seat, and I would load everything and drive. As I was driving, I finally asked her what was going on, and that's when she screamed at me and said, my boss just saw me buying toilet paper. Do you know how humiliating that is? Now, I actually thought I misheard her, so I said, wait, this whole thing is over buying toilet paper? She screamed at me, yes, I'm probably going to get fired. I then asked her if she seriously thought that she was going to get fired for buying toilet paper. Well, she said yes, and that she can't let anyone at work know her private life. I told her I doubt he even noticed, and I also doubt he thinks about her bathroom habits. But he also probably assumes that she goes to the bathroom like everybody else in the world. Then she screamed back at me and said, your job is so easy. You couldn't possibly understand how much pressure I'm under at work. I'm gonna lose it. At this point, I lost it, and I started laughing harder than I knew was possible. Not only was it ridiculous, but I felt like she was attacking me, and instead of going back and forth, I felt finding the humor was the only way to go. She then said to me, you're actually laughing at me? You are such a jerk. I do you a huge favor, and now you're laughing at me? Well, she got to my house and dropped me off, and then sped off with my groceries. I then called my aunt to make sure they at least put my food in the fridge, but my aunt said my cousin overreacted, and that I'll probably need to apologize to be able to get my stuff. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? Because I seriously don't think I did anything wrong. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Your cousin is insane. Like, seriously, who gets upset over someone having toilet paper and buying toilet paper? Like, everybody uses the bathroom. That's like the least embarrassing thing on planet Earth. And I kind of see what the original poster's talking about. Like, their cousin really does sound very high-strung and just, like, over-dramatic. Like, the way they were acting in Costco was so performative. It was almost, like, intentional. As if she's trying to say, oh, man, look at me. Woe is me. I'm gonna get fired. But, like, seriously, if you get fired for having toilet paper and using toilet paper, then that job clearly sucks, because I guarantee you that everybody in that store uses toilet paper. Like, seriously, what a stupid thing to get upset over. So no, you didn't do anything wrong, and I really think that your cousin was acting insane. Am I the jerk for stringing my family along about going on vacation with them, despite the fact that I have no plans on going, as I'm sick of always having to babysit all of their kids? Here's what happened. So I want to start off by saying that I was the surprise child of the family. I am 10 years younger than my youngest sibling, meaning that my brothers, sisters, and parents used me as an unpaid babysitter a lot when I was growing up so I could bond with my nieces and nephews. Whenever a family vacation rolls around, my folks and my siblings go have fun and leave me with all the kids since I can't go to some of the places they go to, or I'm told that I probably wouldn't be interested in doing some of the stuff that they want to do. I made up my mind over Christmas that I was done doing the babysitting, so I'm going along with a plan. I am helping my folks research some great local restaurants restaurants in the city where we are going, and I'm helping my siblings find cool and interesting things for all the kids to do. And it really will be an amazing holiday, but I'm definitely going to be blowing this one off. I am going to university out of state in the fall. I have a partial scholarship and money from my grandparents for my education and my future. My parents cannot hold anything over my head, and I'm actually going to go on my own vacation with a couple of my friends. Now, my parents don't mistreat me or anything like that, but they are just very old. And my siblings are from a different generation than I am. My oldest brother is literally old enough to be my father, and they treat me kind of interested to see how their vacation goes without me along. Obviously, I cannot help them pre-plan childcare, and the reservations at some of the restaurants do not include me or the kids. Also, the days they are having adult outings, they have planned some stuff for the kids and myself to be elsewhere. My oldest niece is only 15 years old, so I don't think they will leave her in charge, but they have been raising her to take my spot when I go to school, so maybe she'll be the next one to be messed over, but honestly, that's not really my problem. Now, I have been clear several times in the past that I do not want to babysit. I have asked for payment, and I've been told that my being on vacation is my payment. I do love my family, but I don't like them much. Like I said, my parents are old, and if they weren't Catholic, they probably wouldn't have had me, if you know what I mean. And my siblings do not treat me as an equal, which I mean is fair. I am 17 and I'm just finishing high school. They're all working professionals, and we don't really have much in common. And again, I love my siblings, but they don't treat me like an adult like they do with my sister. I'm more of like an older cousin. And lastly, I have spent a long time thinking about this, and I'm really okay with just completely screwing them all over. We went on family vacation to Spain last summer, and I didn't get to do anything that I wanted to do. And this is because I was watching the kids. So I missed out on so many things going on in Madrid. And that truly was the final straw, basically convincing me that I will never babysit for them ever again. Honestly, good for the original poster for making a stand. It really seems like they took advantage of you at every chance they could get. And that's really just not fair in my opinion. Like, I can't stand when you're stuck with all these kids, and the parents of these kids just drop them off at your feet and they just can't wait to run away. Like, I totally understand wanting time to be away from the kids, but seriously, you're doing this at the expense of your sibling. And for them to expect you to do this every single time with no compensation, in my opinion, is just completely uncalled for. So I truly hope you have an amazing holiday with your friends, because based on what you've described and the way that your family treats you, I think that you absolutely deserve it. Would I be the jerk if I bought my own designer handbag that cost me upwards of $3,000? Because right now, my husband is not happy with me, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, I'm a 29-year-old female, and in the last few months, I've been wanting something nice for myself since I realize I'm a lot older now, and I have been both working and saving so much. I don't own anything designer, and any purses I have are from 2014 all the way up until 2018, and they're $300 or less. And I feel like now is a good time to treat myself with one nice handbag. My husband, however, is not a fan of this idea, and literally gets upset when I talk about wanting a designer handbag that does cost upwards of $3,000. I've brought it up multiple times, and he will tell me that I'm being irresponsible, that it's a huge red flag even for wanting one, and that he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. He said a financial advisor would say this is a bad idea. Over the last 3 years, our combined household income has always been around $300,000, and we both got increases recently that'll now put us at around $365,000 a year. Our monthly expenses are low, and we have been contributing over half of our incomes to retirement accounts. Both of our companies offer additional retirement accounts that we absolutely take advantage of. We don't have any kids, we have no personal debt, we do have 2 mortgages. One house is currently being rented out for $2,000 a month, and the house we live in is $2,100 a month. Now, I cleared all my debt in February of 2020 on my own, and I mainly spend money on food. I have always worked full-time, and I contribute to our joint bank account. I have 6 figures saved for retirement, and it's still growing. And I also have $25,000 in a personal investment account before marriage. And you can imagine how much he has saved that I have no desire to even touch. So honestly, would I be the jerk if I used $3,000 from my own personal investment account just so I can buy a designer handbag for myself? He claims that I want to buy it using using his money, but I think if I use my own money, it would be a good solution. What should I do? Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying something that you want to buy. It sounds like you're not hurting for money, and it sounds like you have everything like figured out financially. So if you want to buy a $3,000 designer handbag, then go for it. And your husband's completely wrong, by the way. That's not a red flag. That's like you wanting to buy something that you like. People spend that much on like computers or like televisions or like car parts. Just because they have it, it doesn't mean that's like a red flag or anything like that. It just means they had the expendable income and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna buy it because I want it. And in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. So no, you would definitely not be the jerk for buying a designer handbag. And I think the fact that you're buying it with your own money, in my opinion, is the best course of action you could possibly make. Am I the jerk for refusing to share my huge inheritance with my step-siblings? Because after I said no, my mom and her husband got really upset with me. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'm a 17-year-old male, and I found out only a few weeks ago that my dad left me a lot of money in a trust. Like, it's such a crazy amount that I didn't really believe it at first. But it's all true. The reason is that my dad had inherited from both his parents already, and he also inherited from the only two uncles he had as well, and one of them was very successful and had a business. This was all explained in a letter my dad wrote to me. He had the trust set up before he came into most of the money, but he found out his cancer was incurable. So he decided to put it all aside for me once all medical bills were paid off for him. My parents...
Pausing this real quick. 3,000 is a lot, but considering that they make over 360,000 a year, and not only that, but they've been saving the entire time and they don't buy any designer bags or things like that, I don't even think it's that much considering how much they make and how much they've been saving. Because if they change, like if they make like if they make things like that, but if they make that much money, I don't even think it's that bad to have that much, so I don't even think it's that bad, really. It's just the husband being like, oh, that's a lot of money, even though they make, and yes, it is a lot of money, but they make a lot of money, and she's going to use her own money, so I don't see the problem. If they were in a financial situation, like they don't have enough money, or they're struggling to pay rent or whatever, then yeah, that's fine. I mean, then yeah, no, you shouldn't be buying anything like $3,000 when you have a financial situation like that. But if you don't have a financial situation and you're completely fine and you have a lot of money stuffed up, then it's fine. Oh wait. This freaking... Dude, what's the point of the dolphin being right there? Yeah, if they were like broke, it would have definitely been a different story. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be spending that much, your husband's right. But saying it's a red flag when you guys are not in a financial situation and you have a lot of money is crazy. It's probably my signal too, so don't worry about that. Alright, I'm gonna replay the podcast.
Separated but not legally divorced when my dad was sick and then eventually passed away, but they weren't living together or as a couple for about a year. And this was 10 years ago. My mom found out about the money because she read the letter that he sent to me about the issue. Then she suddenly insisted that she was joining me to meet with the lawyers to discuss this. When my mom learned about the money, she told her husband, and suddenly the money became a very touchy subject. I mean, I can't touch it until I'm 19 with the way my dad set it up. So I have some time to deal with this, but my mom and her husband want me to share the money with my step-siblings. The money is enough where even if I pay for college and buy a house, I would have money left over. The way the trust works is that I was also told it's also getting interest, which my dad had intentionally set up. My mom and her husband have struggled financially for years. They started dating when his youngest kid was 1 year old. His wife had passed away, and he was going through a legal battle with the mother of his oldest, and his oldest is in therapy because of some issues issues with her mom. Also, his youngest was born with some medical issues and has a lot of doctor appointments as a result. So as you can probably guess, between everything, money was really tight. We lived paycheck to paycheck, and I worked to make my own life a little more comfortable. But we had no college savings or anything before this. My mom and her husband drained their own bank account to keep a roof over our heads. Now, this has all been brought up to me as a good reason why I should do this. My mom told me it was selfish for Dad to put it all away solely for my future, and he should have been thinking about raising me as well. She told me that I might not call her husband Dad or his kids my siblings, but we are a family, and that this family has been through so much together, and we have struggled for so long, that it really would be good and generous for me to do this. I told her, well, it's not like I can access the money now, but she said no, but when I do, I should set up accounts for my 3 step-siblings, so they have a better chance at college, and if not college, the chance to have a step up when starting their life. Despite all their trying to talk me into it, I just said no. I told them I wasn't going to share the money, and my mom was so mad at me, but it was nothing compared to how mad her husband was. They told me to quit being selfish and start acting with compassion.
I'm
So
also
honestly, am I the
confused.
jerk in this situation? Because right now, I seriously don't know what to do.
I'm
No,
also
in my opinion, I
confused.
don't think you're the jerk here. I think it's completely reasonable to
I'm also confused, Axel. I was like zoning out in the middle of it, and then listening to this crap, I don't understand anything. Because I zoned out in the middle of it without meaning to. I'm just not gonna replay it because if I do, you're gonna have to listen to the same story or whatever. So
keep
I'm
the
just
money for
gonna
yourself and
wait
help
till
out
the next
your
story.
future. But also, if I was in your shoes, I would be planning out how soon I can move out of that house. The fact that they know about this money, first of all, is really unfortunate, because this could have been something that you could have kept private and, like, not told anybody about, which is something I totally would have done, by the way. And now that they know you have a lot of money waiting for you when you're 19 years old, they've now essentially turned on you, and they want you to give over some of that money to your step-siblings, which, by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with you keeping it. Like, at the end of the day, this is your dad's decision to give you all of the money, and it really is up to you how you want to use it. So if you wanted to keep it, you're well within your right to do that. But I can seriously see this being dragged out for a very long time, and I can see your mom and your stepdad guilt-tripping you for the next 2 years until you have access to it. And that sounds like a miserable way to live your day-to-day life. Like, I wouldn't like that at all. I would be very miserable living in that kind of situation, and hopefully you can see what might be coming your way potentially from your mom and your stepdad. Because I've said it once on this channel, and I'll definitely say it again, when someone wins the lottery or comes across a lot of money in their life, people around you can definitely change. And it sounds like your mom and stepdad have done just that. So hopefully all this works out for you. Because the way your mom and stepdad are trying to guilt trip you right now, in my opinion, is completely uncalled for. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen tries to force me to move my car from in front of her house, claiming that I'm not allowed to park on this public street and that she's gonna call the police and have my car towed if I don't move it. And I'm
What?
honestly still blown away by this entitled Karen and her awful attitude. Here's what happened. Okay, so this happened a few years ago, but I was really inspired to share this, so here we go. I came to my wife's parents' house back when we were just dating for a party. All the space in front of their house was taken up by other people at the party, so I went to turn around to park on the other side of the street directly across from their house. While I was backing up, I noticed an old lady checking her mail and mean-mugging me like I was an East Coast rapper driving on Crenshaw Boulevard in the 90s. She starts slowly walking across the street as I pull forward, so I have to stop and wait for her with my car completely blocking the street. Instead of going home, she starts picking at tiny weeds growing by the curb in front of her house, which is right where I'm about to park. I think to myself, okay, weird, but she doesn't know I'm trying to park there, so I'll just wait. She started
Because my stream is also listening to this.
But it's 10:30 and there's people sleeping. You
Okay.
need to understand that.
I didn't
Tomorrow
think
is-
it was that loud. That's why.
Yeah, it is loud. And tomorrow is Monday. People go back to work early.
Sorry.
starts looking at me suspiciously after a few seconds because my car is only a few feet away from her. I realize I should probably clarify my intentions because it does look weird for me to be just hovering there and I need to clear the street. I roll down my window and I say I'm actually going to park there, and she says that she's cleaning her driveway. I try and clarify that I'm not parking in front of her driveway, but she continues to slowly pick at things and says that I can't do that because she's cleaning. I realize she's full of garbage and I say to her, so you went to get the mail and just now decided to start cleaning with your mail in your hands as you saw me trying to park there? And when I ask that, she replies by saying yes. Now, I have zero patience for people who don't respect other people's time and want everyone to revolve their lives around them. I back up a bit more and I drive around her, parking in the spot to the left of her driveway. I knew we were about to have a ridiculous interaction.
You should probably just turn your phone off because I don't want you to I don't want to have the thing on and your family ends up being like, what are you listening to or something? Okay. If you're gonna risk it, then go ahead.
Grocery store. But I'm not a parent.
My fault.
But I was in a great mood, so I was prepared to be as much of a sarcastic jerk as possible. This entitled Karen looks at me and says, you can't park there. But I respond by saying, yes I can. She then says to me that I can't do that because this is her house. So I look at her and I say, no, that's your house. And I point at her house literally behind her. I then motion to the street as theatrically as possible, saying to her that this is a public street. This entitled Karen says, you're going to that party at their house, aren't you? They always have parties and a bunch of people park all over the street. I respond to her by saying, well, yes, that's what streets are for. They're meant for parking. Very astute observation, ma'am. This conversation is happening while I'm gathering things from my car to take inside, and I'm purposefully not giving her my undivided attention because I want her to know she doesn't deserve it, which clearly adds to her frustration. She says to me, if you're coming to their house, you should park in front of their house. I look at her and I say, lady, you can clearly see all the space in front of their house is already taken up by other cars. Their garage is full, their driveway's full, and there's even a car parked and blocking the driveway. My options are exhausted, so I must park in front of someone else's house, which by the way is not a problem, since this is a public street and I'm allowed to park anywhere I want as long as it's not blocking a driveway.
I won't end the stream.
Fire hydrant. Now this logical and concise explanation put her in a dead end. So she did what every Karen does when they're out of line and not getting their way. It was now time for threats and insults. She looks at me and says, you're not very smart, are you? I respond by laughing and I say, actually, I'm very smart. I'm a nuclear physicist. In fact, I split the atom yesterday. Now, as a side note, I'm not and I didn't, but at this point, I'm just having fun. The Karen responds by saying, you're not smart. You don't listen to what you're told. I say to her, ma'am, unquestioning obedience is for dogs. Clearly, I'm not a dog, but a smart scientist who splits atoms. She then says to me that she's gonna have my car towed, and I say to her, go ahead and try. Call up a tow truck and tell them there's a car parked legally that needs to be towed. See how that works out for you. Well, this Karen then calls me stupid and says that she's gonna call the police. And that's exactly where our conversation ends. I tell her I would love for her to do that, and when the police come, tell them to come find me. She knows which house I'm gonna be at. And trust me, it was an absolute joy to watch her get her day ruined simply because I wouldn't obey her ridiculous whims. Her driveway was empty, nobody was coming to her house, she didn't need the space, and she was just bored out of her mind and basically upset that other people exist. I came in and told this story to my girlfriend and her brother, and they just started laughing and told me how much of a pain in the neck she's been throughout the years, constantly nagging and complaining about nothing, yelling at people and calling the police on little girls who play in front of their house, and that's because the sound of happy children fills her cold, bitter heart with hate. Now, I typically don't like upsetting people, but honestly, in this case, I seriously felt a lot lot of joy. Wow, that Karen seriously is so bored that she has to go out and bother people parking in front of her house. Like, does she really think she owns the whole street? Like, does she think nobody can ever park in front of her house ever? Like, I'm sorry, Karen, but this is not some kind of, like, private drive where you get to dictate who can and can't park there. It's a public street and anyone can do what they want. But honestly, I love the way this original poster put this Karen in their place, because this lady's attitude was so disgusting, and she had no right to try and treat anybody this way. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled Karen of a neighbor knocks on my door whenever she wants, constantly disturbing my peace, as well as crossing my boundaries as she demands just about everything from me. And I'm honestly getting so annoyed by the situation that I now don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I moved into the absolute best apartment situation I have ever been in. It's basically a house split into 2 apartments, and it's fully renovated on the inside. It is a decent neighborhood, and it's even within walking distance of downtown. Now, I have a neighbor who's a nice old lady. She's probably lonely, and she was just excited to finally have a neighbor, because apparently the last one stole her mail, and things were fine for a while, and we would talk every now and then, but after a week or two, it became clear she thinks it's appropriate to either grab me going in or out, or banging on my door for an immediate emergent response. She also seems to always wear nothing but a robe, so she grabs me when I try to converse, but it's always too cold to talk, even though she refuses to stay inside or just call me or text me. The first time she banged on my door was because I put the trash in the wrong place on the curb, and she was trying to help me out. And at one point, she bangs on my door that my friend had to move her car because someone had to park near the door in her spot. So I thought it made sense for me to say, feel free to call or text if someone needs the spot, or if you need anything else. Now, I stupidly thought that this would resolve the intrusions, but it definitely didn't. I come out to my car and she grabs me and says, "Oh, I didn't know you were home. I couldn't hear you at all." This then leads to a conversation about the snowplow people coming and how I need to find somewhere else in the street to park. I try to ask her where to park, and she says, "Oh, I'm in my robe. I can't talk right now." So I just leave. 2 days later, she violently bangs on my door. She simply has to get to the pharmacy as they won't deliver, and she wants to know if I can bring her there at any point during the day. Now, sensing the boundary crossing is getting dangerous, I immediately say no. She starts to talk and I try to talk back, but she just says, "Oh, it's too cold, I'm in my robe." So I say, "Okay, call me on the phone then." She says, "But I'm on the phone with the pharmacy." And I say, "Well, I'm sorry, but I can't help you." I then go drive somewhere and I just try to calm down, and I texted her that I'm happy to help out if she would just call me in advance, and that I understand that you can't speak in your robe, especially when it's cold outside, so please feel free to call or text me and we can set up a plan. She then apologized and I gave her advice about the pharmacy, but today I think she's sneakily trying to break down the boundary. She bangs on my door unannounced, and she says, "Oh, it's warm out, so I'm okay in my robe. And this isn't about me going anywhere. I have some food I don't want. Would you like it?" And when she said that, I'm honestly just scratching my head, as I'm seriously unsure of her intentions, or if she's trying to break another one of my boundaries. Yeah, I really think she's trying to, like, sneak her way back into your life, and it seems like she's trying to, like, establish this pattern where she can knock on your door and you're definitely gonna answer. Like, in my opinion, I don't mind having neighbors who are friendly and cordial, but if they start banging on my door at all hours demanding to talk to me, as well as making weird requests of me, then that, in my opinion, would be way too far. Like, why don't you mind your business and I'm gonna mind my business, and then the both of us will be happy living in our situation. So in my opinion, I think it's time to just set some serious boundaries and tell her straight up that no, you can't just bang on my door whenever you want. And I also think it was probably a really bad idea to give out your phone number, especially in retrospect, but I think you did it in good faith and you thought that maybe your neighbor was normal, but it is just really unfortunate that you find out the hard way that no, she's kind of crazy. So hopefully you're able to put up some kind of boundary with this lady, because this Karen sounds absolutely obnoxious to have to live next to. Am I the jerk for building houses for some family members to live on my land, but not allowing my parents the same privilege? Because right now, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, to start things out, my My sister and I have a 21-year age gap. She is much older than me. She had a different upbringing from me, even though the same parents raised us. My sister was brought up in a typical household when my parents were substance-free, and she was raised when they were great and loving parents. I found out that 2 years before I was born, my parents went to a party one night and decided to try some substances, and they've been relying on them ever since. And when I was 3 years old, Child Protective Services removed me from their care. My aunts from my mom's side didn't want me to go into care, so they took me in. They split custody between them as they were in a low-income family, and my aunts made a lot of sacrifices to keep me fed, clothed, and warm. I found out later in life that I was removed from my parents' care because of neglect and awful stuff going on in the house. I don't see my parents as my parents, and I have absolutely no sympathy for them, and I don't want to amend our relationship. I see my aunts as my parents, even though they're sisters. I'm doing well now, and I have a job and a family, and I earn a good income. And 2 years ago, I decided to purchase land to transform into my dream farm when I retired. A year ago, I decided I wanted to build houses around the land. Also, my family could be close to me. I've hired contractors to build houses for my 2 aunts and their families, as well as one for my sister and her family, and a home for me. The houses will be in their names and mortgage-free. Now, this is why I need some judgment from the internet, just to figure out if I'm a jerk or not. I don't want a relationship with my parents, and I wrote them each a letter explaining why, and I also mentioned some therapy I did to heal my past so that I could move on. I feel that if I tried to build my relationship with my parents again, I would just be stuck in the past, and this is something my mental health could not handle. My parents are trying their hardest to rebuild a relationship with me, and I've asked family members to respect my wishes, but they're still trying to find ways to contact me. Well, my parents discovered that I bought some land, and I built some houses for family members to live on. They've written me a letter saying they're disappointed that I'm not building one for them, and saying I should be there to look after them. Mind you, my parents have no savings at all, and some of the family are on the fence about this. Some think that I should build them a house mortgage-free, as it would make their income a lot better, since they would not have to rent. But other people are on my side when I don't want to do that. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? I'm sorry, but anyone calling you a jerk is completely foolish. Like, if I was in your shoes, I would be doing the exact same thing. Like, no, of course you're not the jerk. Your parents gave up on you a long time ago, and you got removed from that house to try and protect you as a child. Like, they played no role in you being raised at all. And if anything, they were terrible parents. It doesn't matter what they were before you were born. What does matter, in my opinion, is the way they treated you when you were born. Like, they gave up on being good parents the second they took those substances. And I just don't think you should be responsible for people and be expected to take care of people who never took care of you. So no, I don't think you're the jerk for saying, nope, I'm not letting you in one of these houses, because based on their track record, I would question if they would even do that to you if the roles were reversed. Because based on what you've described, I am not convinced that they would care in the slightest. Am I the jerk for not paying back my sister $300 that she loaned to me after she kicked me out of her house with nowhere to go? Here's what happened. I'm a 21-year-old female, and I currently live with my middle sister, who's 30 years old, after my oldest sister's house was currently being sold. Before moving in, I talked to my middle sister about any bills, and she told me not to worry about anything, and that I wouldn't be paying for anything, and to just focus on my tattooing. At the time, I was an apprentice at a tattoo shop. I was not tattooing at the moment, but would still gain tips from my coworkers. Even though she said I wouldn't be paying any bills, I still gave her a bit of money that I had to help with something, such as groceries or any bills that she might not mention, or I would buy her and her kids food when they couldn't afford it. I truly was grateful that my sister took care of me, and that I had no bills, but I did my very best on taking care of things for her, such as picking up the kids from school, cleaning the apartment while she worked, and making dinner before she got home. I saved up enough money to buy a small used car, and me and her went to get it registered, and the tags were expired, so I had to pay a $300 fee. I didn't have the money on me at the moment, but my sister looked at me and said, I will take care of it. She didn't mention anything about paying her back, so I assumed that she was helping me out. Everything was going smoothly until she started going through some things with her husband, and eventually started taking them out on me. She started demanding money from me every night before bed, saying things like, if you don't pay me, I will throw throw all your belongings outside, and you'll need to find somewhere else to go because I don't want you here anymore. Every night she threatened to kick me out, and I would just start crying. Some comments were even stuff like, "You're not even my family. I don't care about you. I only care about my kids."
What?
She told me I had a specific date to be out by, and if I wasn't gone, she was gonna start throwing everything out the door. I got tired one day, and after she left for work, I just packed my things and I left. I didn't know where to go, but I just started driving. My older sister called me, and I filled her in on everything. My older sister scolded my sister for what she did, and to that, my middle sister actually said, "Well, I didn't think she would actually leave." I haven't spoken or seen my middle sister in almost a year, and to this day, she still sends me a message asking me for the $300 that she helped pay for. So honestly, am I the jerk for not paying her back? Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so personally, I do think you need to pay back that $300, but the way your sister was acting towards the tail end of you living there was absolutely insane. Like grade A crazy. There's no reason to act like that. And I know for a fact if I was in your shoes, I would never put up with that for another second. Now, you could go about paying her back the $300 she paid for the tax or whatever you want to do, but in my opinion, I think you just need to go about this really carefully. Because clearly, this lady is just straight up toxic. If you let her back in your life, I think there's a really good chance she could try to disrupt any kind of peace that you've gained in your life. And I really think you don't want that in the slightest. Also, this is a really good reason why you need stuff in writing when you're living with someone, because word of mouth of them basically being like, "Oh yeah, you don't have to pay for anything," and then they just turn around and they're like, "Oh, I want all that money back for the car tax," or any other thing that they might be like asking money for, in my opinion, just proves that yeah, you need stuff in writing to try and like defend yourself if things go south. And it's not like you don't trust them by having something in writing. It just makes everything a little more clear in the long run, despite the fact that the original poster said that they only lived there for about 4 months. So no, I don't think you're the jerk for kicking her out of your life, but also I don't think it would be a bad idea to start paying back that $300, even if it's in small increments, because that way, at the bare minimum, you can be away from this lady pretty much for good. Because I know if I was in your shoes, this is probably the last person I would ever want to have any kind of debt towards, because based on the way she's acting, I guarantee you she's gonna hold this over your head pretty much for the rest of your life. Am I the jerk for getting my friend a place to live, only to then have her block me and never talk to me again? Because right now I feel really bad, and at this point I don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so in January, my landlord raised my rent by about $400 a month, so I decided to move out. A little bit after this, before I started looking for places, I saw a Facebook post by a casual friend who we will call Steph, that's not her real name, and her partner and their 2-year-old were looking for a 3-bedroom place. My old place had 3 bedrooms, so I messaged them, and I suggested they move into my place when I moved out. At the time, they were staying with the dad of another friend and had greatly overstayed their welcome. Steph and her partner had applied for social housing and had been rejected, and were finding it too hard and too scary to do rental applications and inspections. They also didn't make great applicants, as neither of them had jobs that you could put on paper or documented rental history. It was hard for them to travel with their kids as they didn't have a car, and as such they didn't want to do a physical inspection before applying. I did a video tour for them and they were happy with that. I also ended up just doing the rental application entirely myself for them. I also was a reference for them, and I lent them the entire bond amount of over $2,000, as it turns out they didn't have enough money at the time. The loan was on the condition they would pay me back within 2 weeks, and I wouldn't have to chase them for it. Fast forward, and I moved out into a better place. I spent 2 days cleaning my old place up for them, and I even went as far as paying a friend to help me out when it comes to cleaning. And I got the whole place steam cleaned and deodorized, as I do have 2 cats. They moved in, they seemed happy, and it was all going well. Yesterday, I messaged Steph checking in, and it turns out they had a few issues with the dishwasher that I bought, as it was having some leaking issues, which I did warn them about, and the downstairs toilet was flooding and getting all over the carpets. Today, I remembered they still owed me over $300, and it had been a month since the last payment. I messaged Steph again, asking for an update for the repayment, and was told that due to having lots of issues, like black mold on the carpets, not being allowed to shower because of the toilet plumbing issue, and a cat smell smell coming from the heating vents when they used it that burned their eyes, she simply was not able to make any kind of payments. I told them that I didn't know about the mold or the heating vent smell, and that I had never had any of those issues when I lived there. She then accused me of drawing dirty drawings in the dirt on the master bedroom door. Well, I got my full bond back, and the real estate agent never mentioned any of these issues. I told them that I was sorry to hear that, and I asked them again when I could have my money back. The conversation ended fine, and then when I came back, I find out that she blocked me. And this just really sucks, as she's my friend, and I was trying to help her out. So honestly, am I the jerk for setting them up with such a terrible place and a year-long lease? I mean, it was fine when I lived there, even though it was very clearly cheap, because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. First of all, no, you are definitely not the jerk. For starters, you were going to move out of that place as it is anyways. You literally were not going to live there, and you were doing Steph a big favor by saying, hey, you want to move into my place? And you have it right. That place was just fine when you were living there. You had no issues with any kind of plumbing or any kind of leaks, and you definitely didn't have a weird cat smell coming out of the vents. Although that might be a case where maybe you just didn't smell it because you were used to having cats around all the time. But even if that is the case, like seriously, all the things that they're describing are brand new issues that you definitely had no part of. Like seriously, it's not your fault that there's black mold or that the toilet flooded. Like that's on the apartment complex itself. They should have done more research on their end and seen if this is something that they wanted to be a part of. And sure, you did act in good faith in filling out all the applications and helping them out, even going as far as loaning them money when, in my opinion, you definitely didn't need to do that. If they're unhappy with their place, that's on them for not doing more research. But also, this might be a case where Steph just complains about everything, and nothing she's ever given is ever good enough in her opinion. Like, you never had black mold in the apartment. I'm sure you would have said something about that. So I'm personally questioning if there is any black mold, like, in the first place. So no, you're not the jerk. It sounds like your friends are, like, really not that nice, and it really sounds like they use you to try and get a place to live. And honestly, you do not deserve that in the slightest. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled Karen of a date tried to use me for free alcohol on our supposed date, as she and her friend ordered over $500 worth of alcohol, expecting me to pay for the entire tab. But when I said no, she called me cheap and questioned my manhood, saying that other men would happily pay for her bill and that I should do the same. So I'm honestly wondering if I'm the jerk in this situation, because at this point I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I recently met an interesting girl at a photography exhibition, and we had a great conversation where we exchanged numbers. And a week later, she agreed to meet for dinner. I suggested a couple of places, but she insisted on meeting at another place that was quite far from me. The day of the date, I was stuck in traffic and eventually arrived about 45 minutes late. I had told her in advance I would be late because it was raining heavily. She understood and said it was no problem. When I arrived in the restaurant, she was sitting there with another female friend. It looked like they were already on their second drinks and had champagne and mineral water on the table. They had also already ordered a few things. I was surprised that the friend was there, but I played.
Alright, so that's where. Oh,
I told you something, or you gonna turn it off?
I thought it was. I lowered it though. I thought it was lowered already. But alright. But what I'm trying to say is, I already paused it right there because there is literally nothing else that needs to be said in the story, because they're already a jerk already, because like, why would you bring, like, if it's a date, right, because I'm pretty sure it's a date, why would you ever bring a friend to a date or not let them know in advance at least? It's a date. You don't bring a friend to a date. Like, that's like if if me and Xavier were on a date and I just brought Izzy around, or if I just brought Naraya or Eliza to the date as well. Like, you just bring yourself. Like, why would people do that? Like, that's what I'm saying. And that's where I have to say, like, okay, you're not to... Huh? What? What does that mean, Axel? But yeah, if it's a date, you're not supposed to bring anybody else. So like, they're already a jerk just by bringing their friend to the date. Like, you're not dating your friend, you're dating the person who literally invited you out, or at least going to date. You know, so like, it makes no sense to bring a friend, unless it's Polly, yeah, but this is obviously not Polly, you know, but why would you bring somebody else? Like, and then not only that, but asking for you to pay the friend too? Like, like, and then asking for that too. That's just, like, it's so freaking, like, that's just out of line, to be honest. Anyways, I'm putting it back.
Off and we ended up having a good conversation. Now, I need you to understand that I do not drink alcohol, and in this restaurant, the drinks were quite expensive. We ordered some more food, and inevitably, the girls ordered more drinks. I mean, I counted almost 7 mixed drinks and champagne for each of them. Meanwhile, I had only 1 bottle of large sparkling water. When the bill came, given that there was 3 of us, I honestly thought the date had just turned into a group dinner so we would split the bill. But when the bill arrived, it was delivered to me, and the girl said thank you to me. I caught the bill, and the total bill was $620.
That's
and
just
the
an
food was
excuse to
only
hang
about
out.
$120. I calmly turned to the waitress, handed her my card, and told her to put all the food on my card. So she charged it, and I tipped her out. At this time, the female friend started getting upset, saying that I should cover the whole bill. I calmly responded that this is not a date. I don't know you, and I didn't have any of the alcohol. She said that all men pay for this, to which I replied that I am not one of them. I thanked them for the evening, and I left the restaurant, leaving the both of them with a $500 alcohol bill. Afterwards, the girl I liked sent me a long text message and was really upset with me for not paying for the entire bill. She even attacked my manhood, calling me cheap. She knows I have money, so she doesn't understand why I didn't pay. Now, I desperately wanted to reply and let loose on this lady, but I decided against it and simply responded by saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, I hope you take care. So honestly, am I the jerk here? I didn't even bring up that she brought her friend unannounced, drank a ridiculous amount of alcohol, and expected me to pay for all of it. It's not like I didn't pay. I paid for all the food, including their food, and if it was a solo date, I would have paid for the both of us. But apparently, other men in my situation, when faced with a group, would pay for the whole bill. I honestly would love to hear someone else's perspective, because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Yeah, this lady thought she could get a free meal out of you. She not only ordered all these drinks on purpose, but she seriously had the gall to go into this and expect you to pay for all of it. And that is honestly so insane to me. Like, that's why she brought her friend with her. She didn't consider this a date at all. She only wanted you around under the guise that this is a date and you're gonna pay for everything. That way they can have as many drinks as they want for free. I mean, why else would they come after your manhood and call you cheap and try to guilt trip you by saying, wow, other men pay for the bill. I can't believe that you're not paying for a $500 alcohol bill. Like, it would be different if you actually did drink alcohol that night and you bought something and had some kind of contribution to that bill, but you literally are just a bystander. Like, these two were already pre-gaming before you even showed up for your supposed date. No wonder she wanted to meet up 45 minutes away. So no, of course you're not the jerk. This entitled Karen of a date clearly was trying to use you, and that, in my opinion, is completely unfair. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My father thinks that I should do everything for him, as he constantly bosses me around and practically controls every aspect of my life. But after dealing with this for far too long, I'm now in the process of moving out and living with another relative. And I honestly can't wait to get away from my dad. Here's what happened. I'm a 25-year-old female and I moved back home a while ago, all because of some issues I was dealing with. But being back in my family home has been a nightmare, and my dad was the main reason I left the house years ago. I kept minimal contact after a while, and I really thought he had turned a new leaf and had changed. I thought everything was going to be okay, but unfortunately they are not. I have to bring him his tea every 2 to 3 hours. I have to pick up his dirty plates and cups from the basement, and I also have to bring him snacks, his meals, his juice, his medication, anything you can name. And when I bring him his food, he complains and says I gave him too much, and then would question me why I do that. I'm starting to get very overwhelmed and stressed out, as well as feeling sad for myself every day. I also cook and clean for him and the rest of my family. When he calls me or tells me to do something, he repeats that same thing about 3 to 4 times a day, and it really gets on my nerves. My dad is also constantly asking for money 24/7 because he claims that he's broke. I can't go anywhere past midnight, and if I leave at any time of the day, it's followed up by him asking where I'm going, why I'm going outside, what's even out there for me to do in the first place, and that I need to come back early so I can help him out. I'm just so tired and exhausted. My sister recently left, and all he can do is badmouth her, and has stated that if she does not come back to see her father, then she will burn in Hades. I'm planning to leave after this in less than a week to a relative's house. My dad installed cameras in the house as well, and checks them religiously to see what time we leave and what time we arrive. And I have a lot of items to transport, and I'm worried about what he's gonna do or think if he sees me. I also need to mention that if I say no or if I don't agree with what he's saying, I'm apparently disrespecting my father, and I should get out of his face. I mean, I had to take out my piercings because of him, and I couldn't even have braids in my hair for long. And even though he would say they're fine, whenever he sees me with them on, he tells me over and over again to take them out and that it looks ugly. I try to stick up for myself as best as I can, but he's conditioned me to believe that I'm the one who should act like a second parent and bow down to him and just be grateful. Also, I've been losing weight, and he is always watching me eat food and just simply judging me. So I'm honestly so frustrated, and I simply can't wait to finally get out. Yeah, I would want to get out of that house as well. Your dad sounds obnoxious, and I can see why you moved out. And it's even worse because you thought that you were giving him a second chance because he somehow turned over a new leaf. But instead, this guy is like super demanding. He makes you do all this stuff all the time, and that's just not fair in my opinion. So I'm really glad that you're getting out of there and going to another relative's house, because your dad sounds like an awful person to live with, and I just can't imagine putting up with that on a daily basis. Am I the jerk for refusing to apologize to my dad's stepchildren, all because I moved out while I was still a kid? Because now that we are all adults, they're actually claiming that I owe them an apology for leaving and not being a brother to them when I was younger. Here's what happened. So my dad became a single dad to me while I was still very young. And by very young, I mean about 5 years old. My mom up and left at that time due to a mental health crisis that was not really recognized at the time. And 2 years later, we found out that she had passed away. It was pretty world-shattering for me because I learned she hadn't been well, and I felt tremendously guilty because I called her mean and said that she was a bad mom for leaving me, when in reality, she had needed help, and it was help she didn't get before it was too late. My dad was busy working, and I spent most of my days with my grandparents. They would take care of me before and after school, on Saturdays when my dad also worked, and all day before breaks from school. They were who I was used to more than him, but I did crave a relationship with him, and I got some attention and time with him on Sundays when he was off work and would actually be with me. When I was 10 years old, he moved a woman with her children into our house, and 2 months later, he got married to that woman. When she moved in, my dad stopped sending me to my grandparents and told me I would be staying with the woman and her kids before and after school, and that our family had grown so I could be at home with them. And honestly, I hated it. I did not know her or the kids at this point, and I only met her the day before they moved in when they dropped off some of their stuff. And when my dad had Sundays off, as always, he was too busy with her, or with her kids, or trying to drag us all along to something that I got no time with just him. Now, I told him about this, and he said he wouldn't be able to do it anymore because he was a married man and had other kids he was responsible for. I asked my grandparents if I could live with them, and they told my dad, and he talked to me, and I told him I wanted to live with my family. And since he wasn't going to be available for me, I might as well be with my grandparents who I loved rather than the strangers he moved into our house. My dad told me that I could have a mom again and siblings if I stayed, and I told him that it was weird to think about strangers that way. Now, it bothered him and he resisted at first, but my grandparents told him that he had dropped the ball when it came to me, and it was time to either step up and do better, or let me go to them where they could devote the time to me. So I moved in with my grandparents. I saw my dad not very often, maybe a handful of times a year at best, but typically not even that. His wife was offended I didn't want to stay with her and her kids, and as her kids have gotten older, and now that we're all adults or older teens, they're upset and feel like I owe them an apology for leaving because I'm their brother, and I chose to leave rather than be their brother to get to know them and be a family with them. They actually asked me for an apology last week when I saw them at a family function, but I refused to apologize and I told them I have zero regrets. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? No, I don't think you're the jerk at all, and I think this blame is absolutely being misplaced. They should not be mad at you, they should be mad at your dad. Your dad clearly neglected you and did absolutely nothing to help with this transition period. I mean, I would be pretty upset if I was a kid and this lady and her kids suddenly moved into the house and my dad is saying, oh look, this is your new mom and siblings. It's like, what are you talking about? I don't even know these people. So for your step siblings to be like, wow, this is your fault, how dare you do this? Like they literally don't know what they're talking about, and for them to say that honestly is so disgusting. So no, you are not the jerk for moving out as a child because your dad did not make it very easy for you to live there. And if they really are upset about you not being a brother to them, then they need to direct their anger at their stepdad instead of trying to falsely place it on your shoulders. An entitled Karen signs up for a free meal and then throws a temper tantrum and cancels it all because I was gonna show up 10 minutes late. And I'm honestly so sick of dealing with people like this, especially when they're so wasteful and cause me to waste my time. Here's what happened. Okay, so I do volunteer work where I buy ingredients, make a home-cooked meal, and deliver it to families in need once a month. It all comes out of my own pocket, and I do it because I remember struggling as a kid, and times are unbelievably tough right now. Well, this month, I matched with an absolute jerk who already set off some red flags. Our first interaction was her being upset it wasn't a service that I could provide for her more frequently, and I told her it was voluntary work and I did it at my own expense. We agreed to drop off at noon, but she stated she was free anytime after 10 o'clock with no restrictions. Then, the morning of delivery, she texts me early morning, then sends me a series of question marks and exclamation marks because I didn't respond after 15 minutes. I let her know I'm running a little bit behind and I will be there around 10 minutes later than we planned, but her food is hot, fresh, and ready to go and be eaten. Well, as you can probably guess, she texted me back telling me to just forget about it because she wasn't going to wait for me and not come to her house. I tell her the food is ready to go, and I also asked her if she was sure she couldn't wait 10 minutes or maybe even just reschedule. She then throws a temper tantrum via text messaging, saying to me, no, I don't want it anymore. Just give it to someone else and maybe next time be on time. Now, when she said this, I was angry. This was food we couldn't eat ourselves because I have a negative reaction to one of the main ingredients if ingested. And what's even worse is that this food could have gone to a family in need, and she took it away from them by signing up for the service, matching with me, and then canceling because I was 10 minutes late. And I honestly can't stand entitled Karens who act this way. Wow, that's honestly insane to me because here you have a free meal and you freak out because it's 10 minutes late. Like seriously, things happen and sometimes deliveries don't come on time. Like that really is a part of life. There's no reason to act that way. I can't stand when people are so irrational and so unreasonable like this. They throw this massive temper tantrum as if their time is the most valuable time on planet Earth. And anyone who tries to throw around the idea of, oh, the customer's always right, has clearly never worked customer service. Because guess what? The customer is never right. The customer can be rude, impatient, and probably would try to get you fired if they felt like it. And this entitled Karen is no exception. So honestly, to the original poster, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this, because you had it right. This food could have gone to a family in need, but instead, this entitled Karen ruined the entire experience.
Honestly, I'm gonna be really honest here. The actual phrasing is called the customer is always right in terms of taste. So basically, the customer is always right in terms of taste, meaning if it doesn't like, that's not what the original phrasing is, though. The original phrasing is, oh, the customer is always right in terms of taste. So if they like the fact that if they like, for example, if they like this food, then they are conditioned to like or like whatever they like or dislike. But the thing is that bosses and other people decide to make the freaking phrase "the customer's always right" without the terms of taste because they want to be entitled and think, yeah, this is right because somebody said this and this is correct. But they just want to have an excuse to say the customer's always right, so they don't have to deal with crap. Like managers say it, so they don't have to deal with Karens, or they just want to be assholes. And then Karens say it because they want to seem like they're the right because they're the customer, but it's not correct. You know, so people just twist the words around just so they can have their own ways. It's sad, really.
Am I the jerk for refusing to buy back the engagement ring from my ex after we broke up and decided not to get married? Because right now, my mom is furious with me, stating that that ring was a family heirloom and that I should pay any price to try and get it back. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'm a 23-year-old male, and I recently got out of a relationship with my ex-fiance, who we will call Mary. Mary is not her real name. She is also 23 years old, and we were together for 3 years and engaged for 4 months. I called off the engagement and eventually broke up with Mary due to her cheating on me and lying about various things unrelated to cheating. Now, I think people deserve second chances, but my final straw was when I found out that she had been cheating on me with her own stepbrother, and I knew right then that I just had to walk away. In a nutshell, the breakup was very volatile.
Oh my god. Moment of silence. Moment of silence, please. Her stepbrother? The thing is that stepbrothers, they're not blood related to a person, but so they're not blood related to the person, but it's still disgusting because that's still sort of your brother. Even if it's not blood related, it's still sort of your brother. Because oh my god. Listen. The pure fact that the when they were reading it, they didn't even need they didn't even need to elaborate, they just continued the story. I know that's what they're supposed to do when they're reading it, they're supposed to continue. But if I was the person reading it, I would have to take a few takes. I would have to literally pause every time I read that. Cause what? That's crazy. let's just continue.
Kyle. There was lots of arguing and her trying to bargain with me, and I asked her to leave my apartment. My family was very disappointed when they found out, and that's because they really wanted Mary to be my bride. When we first started dating, my mom gave me a family heirloom ring to propose to Mary with, and its value is sentimental. It's not made of any particular expensive materials like gold or diamonds. Well, my mom is now asking for the ring back, but I never got it back off of Mary. Once things had cooled off, I did ask Mary for the ring back. She then asked why she should give it back, hinting that she wanted some kind of payment. I offered her $40 and she demanded $300 plus my laptop and PS5, and then she threatened to pawn the ring off. So I called her bluff and said that she's getting $40 or nothing. She then said, okay, have it your way, and then shut the door in my face and said that she's gonna pawn it off. I explained the situation to my mom, and my mom was very angry that I didn't immediately pay up to Mary just to try and get it back by any means necessary. She then asked me if my laptop and PlayStation were more important than a family heirloom. I told her that Mary probably wouldn't have given it back anyways, and likely has already lost it or pawned it off. She then demanded that I contact my ex immediately and offer her whatever she wants. But I told her no and that I'm not doing it on principle. This caused an argument between me and my mom, and she thinks that I'm being a bad son. So honestly, am I the jerk for refusing to buy this ring back? Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, in my opinion, you should not have to buy back that ring at all. An engagement ring is not a gift. It's literally just a symbol that, yeah, we're gonna get married. Or at least that you're like thinking about getting married. That marriage is not happening anymore because she's a cheating scumbag. So in my opinion, she should just be giving it back. But here's the thing, she's not gonna do that because she's an absolute jerk. And instead, she's trying to take away as much as she can from you. And she's going after stuff you probably like your laptop or your PS5. And I think you have it right. There's probably a really good chance she's already pawned off this ring, and you guys will probably never see it again. And it also doesn't sound like you could be reasonable with Mary in the slightest, because just look at the way she's acting. She knows that this is an important family heirloom, and so instead of giving it back like a reasonable human being, she's holding it over your head just out of reach, asking for more money and more property. And that, in my opinion, is so disgusting, and it's so disturbing that she would get some kind of kick out of it. Also, when it comes to your mom, I think her anger is also completely misplaced. Like, it's not your fault that Mary's acting like a psychopath. This lady is not being reasonable, and you can't get it back from her. And also, why should you give in to her weird demands? So for your mom to call you a bad son, while also demanding that you hand over whatever she wants to get that ring back, in my opinion, is just not fair for you. You didn't know she was gonna cheat on you, and you didn't know she was gonna turn out to be a weirdo. And in my opinion, if your mom really wants that ring back, then she should talk to Mary directly, because clearly you are not able to get through to her, and in my opinion, that is not your fault in the slightest. Am I the jerk for telling my brother that he's single because he's pathetic and a walking red flag? Because right now I really insulted him, and he is calling me a massive jerk. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so my brother was spoiled for 8 years because he almost passed away. The short version is that he was very sick and spent months at a time in the hospital as a kid, and both my parents and extended family gave him everything he wanted because he wasn't expected to live past 9 years old. Medical science did save his life, but it took a couple of years for everyone to stop spoiling him. My father admitted that it was just habit, but once he realized the negative impact it had on me and the entitlement of my brother, things changed immediately, and my mother is to this day the only one holding out. Obviously, my brother hated that he was being told for anything. Everyone expected him to adjust over time, but he never really did. He even told a therapist that he'd never cooperate because he was right and everyone else was wrong.
What?
My brother is extremely intelligent, but he's lazy and very arrogant. He had to repeat senior year of high school because he refused to do any of the work. He refused to go to community college because he believed that he knew more than the professors. He refused to get a job until he was 24 because he felt that all the jobs short of CEO were beneath him. Whenever my dad tried to do something about this attitude, like taking away my dad's credit card so my brother could no longer just buy takeout every single day, my mother immediately undermined my dad. My brother doesn't cook or clean, he doesn't pay rent, and over the last 5 years, he has started viewing women as subservient to men. And this has caused massive damage to his relationship with my dad. My brother still lives with my dad, and when I visit him occasionally, we do talk. And last time I visited, my brother complained that every girl he's taken out has ghosted him. I asked for information on the dates, such as where they went and what they talked about and stuff like that, and he mentioned that they get weird as soon as he mentions his life plan, which is to inherit his dad's house and have his wife be a stay-at-home mom while he works. I told him that might be because he's 27 and making minimum wage, and his plan is to never actually be an adult. My dad also told him that if he passed, I would inherit the house because I know how to pay the bills. I said I'd have to charge my brother rent if he stayed, or if I had to move in. My brother said that ruined his life plan because he was supposed to get everything since I'm getting married, and my husband should control me. And at this point, I snapped. I told him the reason he's getting ghosted is because he's a pathetic walking red flag, and no woman would disrespect themselves enough to be with a loser like him. And right then, he started screaming at me that I'm a jerk. Now, my dad understands that what I said is true, but that I should have been less blunt. My mother keeps calling to demand that I apologize for insulting my brother, and I do want him to change and grow up, so I feel I was wrong in calling him a loser and pathetic, even though I stand by the red flag part firmly. So I really need to know if I'm the jerk in this situation, because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. I do not think you're the jerk at all, and I think your brother had a wake-up call coming his way sooner than later. First of all, this guy acts like men are above women, and that men should somehow control women even in marriage, and that really is a walking red flag. Like, why would any woman want to be with that guy if he's just gonna treat her as some kind of like lesser creature? Like, that literally sounds awful. And what kind of life plan is that if you really think you're gonna inherit your dad's house and force your wife to be a stay-at-home mom? It doesn't sound like this guy has any kind of like job lined up that's gonna secure his future, and if anything, he sounds like a spoiled brat. And it is such a shame that your mom undermines your dad. He's probably trying desperately to teach him good, healthy habits, but the mom is like, no, give him back the credit card so he can buy takeout all the time. So no, you're not the jerk for insulting your brother, because you know what? If he's gonna dish it, then he better be able to take it. Because what he said about you is absolutely
that's a hard line.
inappropriate. And if I was in your shoes, there's no way I would ever put up with that. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled male Karen loses his mind at the gym I work at, freaking out on us when we tell him that his 5-year-old kid can't use our equipment, claiming that he pays over $1,000 a year to be a member of this gym, and that we have no right to tell him what he can and cannot do. And I'm honestly still blown away by this guy's attitude. Here's what happened. So I work part-time at a community center fitness area. Most of the time, the people are lovely. We have regulars, and it's nice to see them, and they work out, they clean up after themselves, and then they leave. And honestly, it's great, but some days it gets annoying. The community center is directly attached to a local high school. The very nice pool often holds high school swim meets and water polo matches and whatnot. To get to the pool observation deck, one must cut through said fitness center. On a game or meet day, a lot of people who normally wouldn't have access to our very large, expansive gym with super expensive equipment can suddenly be in the building and cause all kinds of problems. I only mention this because you have to be extra careful to reinforce rules on these days in case some stranger decides to try and deadlift 400 pounds and breaks a fibula or something like that, and today just happened to be one of those days. Now, Mr. Karen is a fellow I've never seen before, which is honestly no biggie. Maybe he's a new member, or maybe he has a day pass. Regardless, I don't recognize him. He has a small child with him, and my best estimation is that the kid is probably about 5 years old. The man is in jeans and a sweater, and this seems rather strange, but I mean, who am I to judge what people exercise in? Now, our rules pretty explicitly state that children cannot use any equipment unless they are above the age of 14. From the ages of 8 years old and above, they are welcome to use our track as long as a guardian is in the building. Now, the man and the kid are on bikes, and to be fair, the kid isn't being a jerk, which is something that happens a lot too. Kids will run in like psychos and try to use a rower, and inevitably squish a finger or drop a weight. So props to him, I guess. I walk up and apologize and tell him the kid can't be on the equipment, but he is more than welcome to use the track. Well, when I said that, Mr. Karen loses his mind. He says to me, "Why? He's not doing anything." I say to him, "You're right, but that is our rules, and I'm really sorry. Kids have to be older than 8 to use our track unsupervised, but he also can't be on our equipment." The male Karen then says, "How do you know he's not 8 years old?" Now, it doesn't take a genius to know that his kid is definitely not 8 years old. So as I'm looking at him like he's crazy, he says to me, "You assumed his age. I can do whatever whatever I want. I say to him, I did assume and I'm sorry, but he certainly isn't over 14 years old, so he cannot be on the equipment. Eventually, he asks for my manager, who tells him the same thing, with this male Karen responding with a classic line where he said that he doesn't pay $1,000 a year to be a member here, just for us to tell him what he can and cannot do. He then asks for the Parks and Recreation City manager's contact. We happily give him this information, and then he swears at us and tells us to get lost as he leaves. Fast forward, and later on I tell my other boss about this. They then go down to the registration to see who this guy is, and it turns out this guy isn't even a member. They have no record of him at all. Most likely he just came in to watch water polo. So this entitled jerk just freaked out on us and completely lied through his teeth to us just to try and get his way. And I'm honestly still blown away by how awful this man acted. Wow, that guy's like either actually insane or he was so embarrassed for being called out that he made up some weird lie just to try and get away with whatever he was doing. Like, this guy wasn't even paying $1,000 a year. He was completely full of it. He wasn't even a member of this gym, and he's sitting there acting like he's some kind of long-standing member of this gym. Like, this guy's a complete moron. And I've just gotta say it, I can't stand when I worked in customer service when people would act like this when they're caught in a lie, where they make up a bigger lie to cover up their mess up just to try and make themselves look like a hotshot so they can get out of hot water. Like, that really makes my skin crawl, and I can't stand people like this. So good for you and your manager for putting this guy in his place, and hopefully this guy never comes back ever again. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My dad demanded that I dig a hole as deep as I can so that we can properly install a trellis into our garden. So I decided to maliciously comply and have some fun, digging this hole as deep as possible, resulting in my dad laughing harder than he's ever laughed before, and also telling this story to this day about why you should always give more clear instructions. Here's what happened. Okay, so this happened back when the Earth was young, and MTV still played music videos in the ancient age known as 1997. I was 13 years old and spending yet another weekend helping my dad with yard work and home improvement projects. Now, I'm not complaining. I learned a lot about home repair, and rather than getting an awful teenage job in retail, my dad paid me to assist him until I left for college. Now, just because I didn't hate it, it doesn't mean that I was a 13-year-old little jerk, however. On this day, we were putting up a trellis in the garden for plants to grow, and this was a simple job. Sink 2 posts, put cement in them to put them in place, and fill the trellis between them. My dad gave me a post hole digger, which, if you're not familiar with it, it looks like someone glued chopsticks to a pistachio shell so you could open and close it with a hinge. He showed me the spot for the first post and said dig it as deep as you can. So I went and made a foot-deep hole, thinking that that was enough to sink the 6-foot post that we had. He comes back and tells me not to be lazy and to dig deeper. In fact, he said, keep digging until I tell you it's deep enough. So this is where my malicious compliance came in as a 13-year-old. I knew that he would be back from the garage in about half an hour, so I went to town on this hole. I didn't stop for a break and just kept digging until the post hole digger fit in the hole completely, and I couldn't even open it to lift the dirt out. At that point, I taped a spade to a branch and I made the hole even deeper. When he came back, he said something along the lines of, well, let's see if you did it properly this time. He then drops the 6-foot post into the hole where it promptly disappears. There was a momentary look of shock on his face, but then he started laughing, like bent over, can't catch your breath laughing. To this day, I have never seen the man laugh as hard as that. When he was done, he told me I guess I did what I was told, but now I would have to figure out how to fish the pole out of the hole. Luckily, it was only a foot or so below the surface, and we got it out pretty easily. And to this day, my dad still tells this story as a warning about giving vague instructions. This was a really cute and wholesome story, because trust me, I think we've all been there where we're helping some kind of parent or somebody with a garden, or doing like housework or some chores, and you've just got to find a way to spice things up and make it just a little bit more interesting. So good for you for doing something really fun, and I'm glad your dad took it the right way, because really, this just sounds like a fun memory. Am I the jerk for telling my husband that I don't want my mother-in-law staying for the first weeks after our daughter is born? Because truly, she is not going to be of any help, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So after our daughter is born in 2 months, I want my mom to stay with us for a few days all the way up to a week to help me recover and help out with our little one, as my mother is amazing. She has always been there for me, and she wants to stay as she lives 2 hours away, and commuting isn't an option. She'll give me space if I need it and help cook and clean. Well, my husband wants his mom to stay for 3 to 4 days after that, but I can almost guarantee that she will just be another child to babysit. She is always telling me what to do, and even though she abandoned all 5 of her kids, including my husband, when they were very little and signed over her rights, I am fairly certain that she's going to try and push her opinions on me of what I'm doing wrong, and my sleep-deprived self is going to lose it on her and strain our somewhat tenuous relationship and possibly even damage it permanently. I highly doubt she will cook or clean, so it will be another person for me to cook for, clean up after, and take care of while my husband is at work. Now, he's saying that we don't know how much longer she'll be around, which I don't think is a fair statement. His mother is 54 with a little bit of health issues, and my mom is 56, and she just beat stage 4 cancer with a prognosis of 6 months. He states that he wants this to be her first grandchild that she has a relationship with. She has 4 other grandchildren, and she has never met them or tried to be in their lives. She says that she wants to do better and be different, but after her multiple times, including at my wedding, of making everything about her and inconveniencing everyone for her needs, I am skeptical that this would be any different, especially because my husband's birthday was last week and she didn't even call him, claiming that her phone was acting up. I told my husband it's not my fault that she doesn't drive, and that we will have to drive her everywhere, and that shouldn't make it so that she has to stay for days instead of visiting during the day. I mean, she only lives 30 minutes away. I also told him that if he wants her there to help him, then that's perfectly fine, but he shouldn't bring her with the expectation that I will be with her 8 to 10 hours a day without him. If he wants her support and wants to spend time with her, that is completely up to him. Like, I don't expect to spend 8 hours a day with my mom when she's staying over. If he wants her to come after the first few weeks, once we have a routine, I mean, that would be fine. But during the first few weeks, she's going to be too overbearing. He's saying that he could never tell his mom that my mom stayed the first week because that would hurt her feelings. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? So in my opinion, I don't think you're in the wrong here. Like, for starters, it would make sense for your mom to be there because you are a lot more familiar with your mom and you know for a fact that she's going to help out. Like, you've spent a lifetime around your mom, so you know that she's going to be a good person to help take care of your child. But in contrast, it sounds like your husband's mom is not a good person. She was not there for her kids when they were small, and it sounds like that behavior has carried over into her being a grandmother as well. And that really is unfortunate, but it's also a good sign of how she's going to act for 3 to 4 days in your house. And I think the original poster also has it right. You're not saying that he can't see his mom, but maybe just not right now, especially when you're trying to get a routine down. Like, if your mom is not going to help get that established, why on earth would she be around? Like, at that point, it would almost be better for her to come back maybe in like a month or something like that. And sure, you don't want to offend your mom or anything like that, but like, seriously, you need to look at this honestly and be like, yeah, your mom is probably not going to help out. So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk. I think you're well within your right to decide who you want to stay with, and if that does not include your husband's mom, then that honestly is just the way it's gotta be. Am I the jerk for telling my friend's wife about his April Fool's joke that I feel was going way too far and was something that absolutely should not have happened? Because right now, my friend says that I threw him under the bus, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. I'm a 35-year-old male, and I've been friends with my friend Jake since 2006. He met his wife Fiona around the same time, and they started dating a few years later. They got married a few years after that, and
Do y'all realize the fact that, like, almost all the stories always have this, honestly, I just don't know, I just don't know what to do. Like, almost every single story has that at the end of its title. Like, same wording, same tone, same everything. Because I swear to God, we've heard that exact same line, like, so many times at this point. Like, is it literally just me that's, like, catching that? Yeah, because he says it so many times, like, oh, and honestly, I just don't know what to do. Like, oh my God.
some children, and it's safe to say that at this time they are going through a rough patch. Also, as a side note, Jake and Fiona are not their real names. After COVID hit, something happened to Jake and he changed a lot. He became standoffish, quit taking care of himself, meaning that he wouldn't shower or brush his teeth for weeks. He developed an excessive eating habit and removed himself from his family life to living in a spare bedroom, all because of his smell. And this is where he spent all his time playing video games, watching anime, and doom scrolling online. He quit taking care of the house, didn't help out at all with any chores or the children, and only contributed financially to the house. This had a huge impact on their marriage, and although they have tried to work it out, I mean, he has gotten better, but it's still not back to pre-COVID times, maybe like 40 to 50% there. His progress just doesn't look like it's going to last. So anyways, this is where the issue comes in. Fiona wants a divorce. She's been wanting one for over a year now, but is not able to financially take care of the kids by herself. So, as a result, they still reside in the same house. On the other hand, Jake won't do the divorce and is contesting it. They don't do anything relationship related and basically just co-parent. Well, this is when Jake told me about his April Fool's joke. He basically drafted fake divorce papers that look real all the way until you get to the end, and the last line would say something like, effective as of April Fool's, and then a line would state that it's not a legal document. Now, I of course said no. Even though the divorce is not a big deal to him, it is a huge deal to his wife, and in my eyes, it would be him basically waving it in her face. He sees this just as a joke, which is what the day is for. Now, if they weren't where they are right now in their relationship, I would have said go for it, but considering the issues, it's a definite no. I didn't feel comfortable with this, so I straight up told his wife all about it, and she was not cool with it, and she ended up blowing up on Jake about it. He said he wasn't going to do it, and was just shooting the idea around, but she ended up finding the papers in the printer's save history. He now feels betrayed that I would throw him under the bus for someone who is not even a friend. I feel it was super narcissistic of him to even try to pull this joke off, which is what I told him when he originally brought it up too, by the way, and that he was gonna terrorize his wife for a joke. Our mutual friends are split, with detractors saying that I jumped too far ahead and I started something that may not even happen, meaning that they think he could have changed his mind, while my other half say that regardless of whether it actually happened, there's no way it should have ever even been an option. I mean, he was just gonna get her hopes up and then crush them at a chance for a laugh at her expense, and I feel it was better to end it before it even gets a chance to happen. So am I in the wrong in this situation? Because I honestly don't know what to do. No, you are not the jerk. I think Jake absolutely was gonna try and pull off this joke, and you were the last line of defense to try and save Fiona from the embarrassment. Like, first of all, Jake sounds like a slob. He sounds like an absolute piece of garbage, both literally and figuratively. Like, this guy smells so bad that he has to live in a separate room away from his family, who, by the way, he's completely abandoned. Like, there literally is no excuse for this guy, and it is truly disgusting that he would try to plan something like this out, especially considering that he's the problem in this relationship. So no, I don't think you're the jerk at all. If I was in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing, because it is pretty obvious that Fiona deserves way better than this, because Jake in this story is an absolute loser, and there is no excuse for him wanting to prank his wife in this way. My ex-mother's new boyfriend claims that me and my husband haven't been suffering enough, and that we're just entitled and we deserve to be treated like garbage, and I'm honestly so glad I moved out of that house. Here's what happened. Years ago, my husband and I were in a situation in which we were both in college full-time, we were working and paying for our own apartment. Now, it certainly wasn't a nice apartment, but we were very poor college students, so we just made it work. Over time, the place got more sketchy. The police started coming around, and we had a neighbor in the apartment next to us who was the very definition of trailer trash. She did substances, she had loud parties all the time, she sat outside on the steps eating her weight in cheese balls, and the list just goes on and on. She also had a kid with ADHD, and he was an extreme nuisance. He would run around screaming and slamming doors and all this other stuff. She very obviously neglected him, as she let him run amok around the apartment complex. It was so bad that we were kept up all night with the noise, and it became difficult for us to study. We couldn't afford to move, and the apartment complex wasn't allowed to evict this woman because her son had special needs. At around the same time, my Karen ex-mother's second marriage was failing. My husband and I were out one day, and we came back to our apartment to find her sitting in our living room crying. And yes, before you ask, she had a key to the apartment. She explained to us that her husband had asked her for a divorce. She also couldn't afford a place on her own, so she proposed that my husband husband and I rent a place together with her. She had custody of my younger sister, who was a minor at the time, and she said it would be a 70-30 kind of thing, where she would pay for the majority of the rent and utilities, since she had to have 2 of the bedrooms, and she wanted to help relieve some of the burden that we were facing. Now, my husband and I were both so eager to get out of our current living situation that we went ahead and agreed with the plan. And trust me, this was a huge mistake. We paid her the rent that she asked for, but she kept increasing it and asking for more over time. Now, did I mention that she had a bad habit of getting herself into credit card debt, or even her gambling addiction? Because that was an awful nightmare as well. Eventually, she started dating again, and things between she and I were taking a turn for the worse during this time. Before I even met this guy, she had been complaining about living with my husband and I, so he already had it out for us. Since she started to gradually increase her demands for more rent money from us, we were paying for over half of the rent and utilities by the time we left. She also constantly threatened to kick us out, and there were more incidents that blew our minds, like her throwing a tape dispenser at my head, or even throwing chairs and calling me names, where she would have violent outbursts and break glasses. I wasn't happy about the situation, and neither was my husband, so we made a deposit on our apartment in another city, and we had to take out student loans to do this, but we needed a more stable living situation because we were getting ready to do our final semesters. Well, when we did this made her panic, because she couldn't afford for the place that we were staying in on her income alone. She complained to her new boyfriend, and the guy had the audacity to say that they haven't suffered enough, referring to my husband and I. I guess he thought
I
that
know,
we were
that's me
entitled
reacting
because
to
we
it.
didn't like being treated like that. Those words have stayed with me over a decade later. I'm not mad about it or anything like that. I just think it's deeply disturbing and sick. Unfortunately, this is not an uncommon mentality. I'm curious though, what does suffering enough look like for these sick jerks? More importantly, why do they need us to suffer and struggle? I mean, this is probably the first generation of people to ever want their kids to be worse off than themselves. It's also interesting to me because my ex-mother got to live at home rent-free while she was in college. She only worked during the summers so she could pay off her tuition, and she left school debt-free and never had to worry about paying her own rent or buying her own food. I've already done more work and worked harder than her. But I guess apparently I haven't suffered enough. And for those who don't know, working 2 jobs year-round to make ends meet, all while attending college full-time, is extremely stressful. Yeah, that sounds like an awful living situation. She
For
clearly
real.
was taking advantage of your kindness, and then had the audacity to try and treat you like garbage and be like, oh, I need more money. Like, that really is not fair, and honestly, I don't blame you for getting upset and saying, no, we gotta leave. Because that living situation sounded awful, and it was clear that she was definitely taking advantage of you. Am I the jerk for telling my friend that her kid has no manners after he throws my wife's wedding ring out the window into our backyard? Here's what happened. A few of my friends came over to our house for a get-together lunch, and a few of them have kids and brought them along. One of my friends, who we will call Nora, has a 4-year-old son that is notorious for being naughty. He doesn't get along with other kids and is a constant source of crying and screaming. Nora brought her son over, and he said he wanted to take a nap, so I showed Nora the guest room and told her to make herself comfortable. Nora then came downstairs for a while and we hung out. Now, around 40 minutes later, this kid came back down and was smiling like crazy. And when I look at him, he had my wife's wedding ring. My wife is a doctor and doesn't take her ring to work, so she leaves it on our nightstand, meaning that this kid clearly had gone into our bedroom. I told Nora that I'd like him to give the ring back, but Nora said that he would eventually just get bored with it and that I need to relax. A few minutes later, I asked this kid to please give me the ring back. Well, this seemed to trigger something in this kid, because he ran to the window and threw the ring out in our spacious backyard. Now, I got really mad. My wife adores her ring, and I had it custom made with many little touches. It was extra special because it resembles a ring in her Nana's family, which she couldn't have because she married a woman. So after all that, I told Nora that her son had no manners and she needed to do something about him. Like maybe take him to a doctor because this is not healthy kid behavior. Well, she got very upset and then she left, and the other guests started leaving too. My wife and I spent the entire evening looking for it, but we couldn't find it. And right now I am a crying mess. My wife wife keeps saying that it's nothing, but I know how much she loves that ring. Despite all this, every mom in our friend group is calling me a jerk for taking things too far with Nora and her son. So am I in the wrong in this situation?
Taking
What should I
things too
do?
far.
Honestly, all of your friends in your friend group should be on their hands and knees looking for that custom ring. The fact that any of them left without helping you out is enough proof, in my opinion, that these people are not your friends. Because if one of my friends had their stupid kid throw a ring out the window, and I knew my other friends were very upset about it, I would take the friend's side with the ring and be like, what in the world is wrong with your kid? In this scenario, Nora absolutely should have gone to that kid and been like, what are you doing? Give me back that ring. Instead of being like, oh, he'll get bored of it, just calm down. So no, you are definitely not the jerk. You had every right to get upset, and anybody taking your friend's side with their stupid kid, in my opinion, are not real friends in the slightest. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill
Yes,
music to
I
put
know.
on in the
I'm
background, check
finishing
out
this and I'm gonna go to sleep.
easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled man throws a temper tantrum when I won't let him break our health code at our restaurant. He even goes as far as throwing a metal chair over our patio, nearly taking out 2 women in the process. And to this day, I am still blown away by this man's entitlement. Here's what happened. So this happened several years ago, during my tenure as a server at a restaurant in an area that has lots of tourists. I have an entire smorgasbord of wild stories, along with your average restaurant, no one matured past high school work environment. Without getting too specific about where I was, the restaurant was somewhat dog-themed in the name, as well as in 2 of the decorations, but outside of that, it was largely just a pub-style restaurant. But with our name, most folks expected us to be a dog-friendly establishment. Unfortunately, shortly before I started working there, the health department had begun to crack down on restaurants in the area for allowing dogs in, which was against the health code. As such, in an effort to live up to our name, management chucked off an arm and a leg to get permission to have a dog-friendly section on the patio. Part of the permission came with several rules, such as dogs can't sit in chairs or on tables, dogs must be on their leash or in a carriage, dogs must have separate entrances and exits, stuff like that. If you sit down and think about it, it does make sense, and it's there to protect people who have an allergy or might have a phobia or any other reason to avoid a dog in public. So the following story happened shortly before my 20th birthday in the middle of summer. It was cloudy, it was humid, bugs were flying, and absolutely no one wanted to sit on the patio. I was the hostess that day, and I felt really bad for my patio server who wasn't getting any business. That is until our middle-aged entitled Karen appears to make things worse. She says to me, "Hi, my husband and I have a dog, and we were hoping to sit on the patio." I look at her and I say, "Great, just give me a second and I'll get you set up in the dog-friendly section." I collect their menus and lead the entitled Karen outside to find her husband, who is the entitled Kevin of this story, along with a cute elderly beagle already sitting in the dog-free section. For the record, all the patio tables had little signs on them denoting them as dog-friendly or dog-free, just to make it easy on people. So this entitled Kevin, had he been using his eyes, could have easily solved our first encounter before it happened. Me, in the chippiest customer service voice, said, "Hi there, sir. Just so you know, you are in the dog-free section right now, but if you move over just one table, you will be in the dog-friendly section and we can get you started." This entitled Kevin looks up from his phone and his dark, beady eyes meet mine. He says to me in a seething tone, "Are you serious?" Now, at this point, I'm a bit taken back by the hostility at such a basic request, but I'm no novice to awful customers. I repeat the rules and explain that it's due to the restaurant needing to follow the health code. He continues to protest, and his wife jumps in and starts pleading that it's just one table, why don't we just move? And now I feel even worse for her. Finally, he throws his hands up in the air and shouts out loud, "Fine, but if my dog gets hit by a car, are you the one that I'm gonna sue?" Now, for some context, the dog-friendly section was adjacent to the sidewalk, which was adjacent to the road. So if you were going to be hit by a car, it was technically the most likely spot, but it also had never happened in the restaurant's multi-decade lifespan. At this point, my irritation meter is firmly in the red, as I realize he's one of those entitled jerks, the one who spit and threaten when they don't get their way. But I shoot an even smile and I say to him, "That's probably a question for my manager." This entitled Kevin looks at me and says, "Yeah, or your attorney." He really thinks that he got me with that zinger as I'm sitting him down in the dog-friendly section, but really Honestly, I'm just hiding my laughter, because these are the most pathetic kinds of people we serve. I then just warn his server that he's a jerk, and I go on with my day. I later bring out a bowl of water for the dog because it's hot and gross, and the poor thing shouldn't be dehydrated. It was standard practice for us to bring dogs water while their owners ate. I set it down, and this guy immediately starts screaming at me. Is that tap water or bottled water? Now, me fighting every urge to deadpan, I say to him, it's tap water, sir. Would you like me to go out and buy bottled water? At this point, the dog begins drinking it, and the entitled Kevin slams his hand down on the table and starts to shout even more. Well, it's too late now. Let's hope it's not poisoned. Now, the guy has me wondering if his dog is up to date on its shots, or if he's an anti-vaxxer. His server told me later on that he poured out the water, and I have no clue if she was referring to his water or his dog's water, but he had loudly complained that there were bugs in it. Now, I'd like to remind you, dear reader, that it was a disgustingly humid, muggy summer day, and this man decided to eat outside. While I do understand the initial revulsion at seeing a bug in your meal or drink, he was in the bug's world, dear reader, not ours, and we have no control over that. But regardless, we still replaced his water. About 20 minutes later, his entree is ordered. He and his wife are eating an appetizer, the dog is chilling, and some other mad soul walks inside and asks to sit on the patio. And just to be petty, I put him in the chair the entitled Kevin had originally commandeered. But then I look over. The entitled Kevin had his beagle in his lap while he was eating his food. If you remember from earlier when I was explaining some of the mandates we got from the health department, one of them was that dogs can't sit in chairs or on tables. And while some of you might contest it, the dog being in his lap constituted being in a chair in the health department's eyes. Now, I don't want to deal with this, but I knew that between me and his server, on the 1 in a million chance that a health official just happened to walk by and see us breaking the rules, one of us would get thrown under the bus. So, as the entitled Karen goes inside to order a drink from the bar, I slap on my customer service voice and I stroll over to the table. I look at this man and I say, "Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I need to tell you that it's unfortunately against the health code for your dog to be in the chair with you." The entitled Kevin goes silent for a few moments, just sitting there and simmering. Then he says to me, "Show me the health code." I look at him and I say, "Excuse me?" He responds by saying, "I'm not doing anything else unless you show me the health code." At this point, my patience is wafer thin. This man is finding ways to push all the most annoying buttons rather than just following a basic rule and letting all of us go on about our days. Rather than continuing with him and risk losing my temper, I go back inside to cool down and find a manager. I find one, we go to the office, and she prints out the list of rules emailed to us by the health department. Then she holds up the paper to me and says the following. Now, this can go one of two ways. I can take this down to him and you never have to see him again, or you can take this down to him and get that smug satisfaction feeling of telling a jerk that you were right. Now, this is where I may have gone wrong, dear readers. For, you see, I really didn't want to see this man ever again. His beady black eyes, his thin, greased black hair, his rubbery white skin, the man looked like death himself. Stoking that fire to satiate my ego could go terribly wrong. And trust me, that's a bit of foreshadowing. But on the other hand, I really wanted that smug, satisfied feeling of telling a jerk that I was right. I mean, what can I say? I wasn't even 20 years old. Mustering my courage, I take the paper, and as I walk back outside, I internally hype myself up until I'm strutting over to the entitled Kevin's table, and it's then that I hand him the paper. I look at him and I say, "Hi, sir, here's the health code, as you requested. As you can see here, it says we cannot allow dogs to sit in the chairs, or we get a massive fine." The entitled Kevin takes the paper and peers down to the rules carefully, then analyzes the whole paper as if looking for some kind of loophole. But he must not have found one, because instead, he throws the paper on the ground and says to me, "You can shove that paper right up your butt." Only he didn't say butt, if you know what I mean. This man finally gave me a reason to drop the customer service voice, which for the record is a very light and high-pitched voice, and my normal talking voice is surprisingly deep and not as joyful. So I glared down at this entitled Kevin, I drop to my normal vocal register, and then I growl at him. I say to him, "Sir, put the dog on the ground or you can leave." Now, this startled him at first, but he, being a man with an attorney, and me being a short little waitress working for pennies after all, regathers himself rather quickly. He scoops up his dog in his arms, stands up, then takes his heavy metal chair and flings it behind him. It goes under our railing and nearly strikes two random women walking by. And
Oh
then,
my
dear
God.
reader, the pièce de résistance. He sits down on the ground with his dog in his lap. Now, at this point, I've seen a lot in my service industry career. I can handle someone throwing a temper tantrum, but I can't handle someone throwing a chair. Luckily, the two women he'd nearly assaulted knew exactly what to do. They leer over him from behind the railing and begin screaming. They go full Karen for justice mode on this guy's butt. The more they screamed, the more he shrank, and we had attracted a small crowd of attention. Then they turn their gaze upon me. They say to me, "Oh my gosh, sweetie, are you okay? You know we're from Brooklyn, and even we find this appalling." Suddenly, I snap back to reality and realize I'd been rescued. I laugh and join the conversation with the women, with the pouting man between us. I not so subtly bemoan the immaturity and entitledness I saw on a daily basis, and overall they were very sweet. Finally, the server comes back with the entitled Karen wife in tow. She had been inside this whole time, completely unaware of her husband's outburst. She looks utterly horrified and ashamed. Their server lets me know the manager is on their way immediately. We file inside and all the employees crowd around a nearby window to watch as our manager goes out. The entitled Kevin keeps sticking his finger in her face, speaking through gritted teeth, looking like he's about to pop a vessel. All the while, his wife is mortified, and our manager is just completely bored. Finally, after some back and forth, he finally leaves. My manager comes back inside and tells us, "Okay, he called me
That
many
wife needs
names
to
and
work
told me
for
to
the
get
husband,
lost,
to be
but if he
honest.
ever comes back, we are definitely calling the police." And honestly, I'm still blown away by this guy's entitlement. Wow, that's a crazy situation to be stuck in. The second that guy threw that metal chair across the patio is the second I would have called the police right away. Like, that's definitely not gonna happen, and I just would not put up with that.
Honestly, that wife gotta file for a divorce, cause like, I don't know what she's doing, but she should not be staying with him, because if he is perfectly okay with throwing a metal chair over a tantrum, oh my god. Oh my god, I would not take that. She does not have self-respect for herself, because she is staying in a marriage that will most likely get her hurt. So she really needs to set some boundaries, to be honest. For real though. I really feel bad for her though. She really needs to get out of that marriage, because that marriage, oh, that marriage sounds absolutely nuts. I feel bad for her, to be honest. Oh my god. For real.
But overall, good for you for handling this so well. Like, I really do think that you handled this perfectly and like a complete professional, because that guy was acting insane, and you did not deserve that kind of treatment in the slightest. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for not wanting to help my younger sister financially? All because she and her husband are definitely not good with money, because right now they're calling me a jerk for saying no, and at this point I don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So my sister is in her late 30s, she's married, has no kids, and has 2 previous bankruptcies. Her and her husband both work in banking and made a good living
I
that
did
they
not see
left to chase
that.
the real estate money. In 2021, our parents let them know how big of a mistake we all
When?
thought this was going to be. I mean, everyone saw what was coming. They worked for a couple of years under one realtor, then
When did Xavier join the game? the hell? Y'all seeing this? Xavier joined the game, said magic, and left. No, cause when the fuck did he do that? Did none of y'all catch this? Did none of y'all catch the fact that he's joined the game?
Buying one out last year, and they are now financially in trouble as they are moving homes. We have always been very supportive of her, despite her being in her mid-30s, almost losing her house twice, almost having her car repossessed, and really only wants to be a part of the family when she needs money. I've always been fortunate with my career and my husband with his. So when she comes to me, I always oblige, but I just don't want to this time. Now, here's a solid example of how it goes when I lend her money. 15 years ago, when they were losing their home in 2009, after they both lost their jobs due to the housing crash, my husband loaned them $50,000 to be repaid as they could, which first and foremost was absolutely our fault. But we never got anything but the initial thank you for saving us. And only then, 10 years later, did we get the notion of, oh yay, we finally paid you off. It was as if we owed them this money, and it was our honor to lend that cash to them free of charge and at a repayment plan that was comfy for them. Later on, we found out that our parents lent them a lot of money that they haven't paid a single cent towards. Last Christmas, after not seeing them for 5 years, and their arrival being somewhat of a surprise, the conversation moved towards real estate. Things got a little heated when our father asked them about the market and how that was affecting them. On cue, they blamed everyone else but themselves on how they were, get this, blindsided. And there were just huge eye rolls all around. Our father ended the conversation by saying, well, just don't come to your mom or I or your family if you need money again. And as a note, I didn't tell them that I loaned them money previously. Fast forward, and last week, my sister called me out of the blue and let me know that due to everyone else's fault but her own, despite the fact that it's always been her fault, they simply can't make the numbers work and they could use a lift. Now, when she said this, I was speechless, but I should have known that it was a money call. When she finally asked if she could borrow some money again, I just replied by saying that's not a good idea. Now, I should have said like 1,000 other things, but that's all I could muster up. I expanded to tell her that it's not a good investment for us because of her track record with us and the banks, and I asked why she ignored all of us throughout this real estate journey. As she hung up, she said to me, you and your husband really are jerks. So honestly, are we the jerks? We have the money, and she is family, and she did repay us previously, but I just don't feel like I owe her anything. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. No, you're not the jerk. It really sounds like your sister's just trying to get free money out of you. And it took her 10 years to pay you back $50,000? Like, I understand that's a lot of money, but that's also a long time to pay you back. And based on her attitude towards other family members, like, I would be hesitant to lend her any money too if I was in your shoes. It doesn't sound like she's super reliable, and it doesn't seem like she takes responsibility for anything that she does, and only like blames the people around her all the time. And what, she's had 2 bankruptcies? Like, come on. That is really sketchy, and personally, I would not want to give any money towards that kind of person. So no, you are definitely not the jerk, and I personally don't blame you for being hesitant. My
Your
entitled
mom got
parents spent my
cut.
grandmother's money while
How?
she was incapacitated, choosing to buy a $50,000 car instead of using it on something meaningful for my grandmother. And to this day, I still feel angry about it, and I don't know if I'm the jerk in that regard. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so my grandmother has been gone for almost 2 months, and it's just destroying me. I was extremely close to her, and she was honestly the best grandmother and the best person anyone could ever ask for. She would literally give anyone the shirt off her back, and she always offered to give me money, even though 9 times out of 10 I would turn it down. Unfortunately, near Thanksgiving of last year, her health took a nosedive, and she was unable to walk. Then she got pneumonia, which left her incapacitated. It was heartbreaking seeing her go from an active woman who would walk
Me?
up to 2 times a day, down to being bedridden and suffering. My mom, who is obviously a Karen, is completely different from my grandmother. She is extremely spoiled and very selfish. She was basically given everything she has in life by my grandparents and father. She sits there and wastes her day in front of the computer or the television, and it's so aggravating. And she always treated my grandmother like trash. She would always yell at her over dumb things, and my grandmother would even go out of her way to clean my parents' home. And the ungrateful jerks would just yell at her because she put a few things out of place. And anytime my grandmother would ask
Wow.
me for anything, my mom scoffed and would take an attitude with her. It got to the point where my grandmother stopped visiting my parents and would only do so when I came to visit. She would ask her friends and neighbor to help her instead of my mom because she always got berated by her. So when my grandmother's health started taking a turn for the worst, my parents gained control of her finances and became the power of attorney, which is a common thing. But what they did next was very insatiable, and I don't know if I can ever forgive them for this. While my grandmother was passing away in the nursing home, they decided to use her money to
You got a
purchase
new
themselves a
ginger
brand new car. They spent well over $50,000 on the car. They
Oh
told me
wait,
that
am
they
I
only
dumb?
did what
Have
a
you already
lawyer
told me?
asked
Because
them
I
to
think
do,
you already
and
told
they were
me.
afraid that since my grandmother's nursing home costs would be astronomical, that the state was going to take her money. So they feel like they saved her estate by doing this. I don't know if I'm being petty by being mad about it, but I feel that was so selfish of them. I told my mother-in-law about this, and she said she was advised to do the same thing. Except she spent the money on stuff she needed for the nursing home and the funeral costs, but not on a car. So honestly, am I the jerk for being upset about this, or do I have every right to be mad? Because right
My
now, I
fault.
seriously don't know what to do. I think you're completely justified for being upset with your parents, because clearly they took advantage of your grandmother just to get $50,000 out of her. Like, they didn't use any of that money correctly when she passed away, and they clearly just used that for a car instead of, I don't know, nursing home costs and funeral costs. Like, it sounds like your mother-in-law had that figured out, but your parents clearly just were super spoiled. So I'm honestly so sorry that your parents acted like that towards your grandmother, because
I
it sounds
sound
like your
tired.
grandmother really was a good person. But at least you now know
I
moving
don't think I
forward the
sound
type of
tired.
people they're gonna be. Because clearly, if money's involved, then the worst aspects of these people are definitely gonna come out. Am I the jerk for not telling my mom and her husband that I was planning on graduating early? Because right now they are very upset with me, and at this point I seriously don't know what to do.
How
Here's
do
what
I sound
happened. So I'm
tired?
a
Can you
15-year-old
explain,
female, and I was
please?
forced to move away from everything that I knew, all because my mom married a man, and he forced us to move so he could be closer to his family, but we had to be separated from mine. The first day I went to my new school, I just knew it was gonna be a messed up year because I got in trouble the first day that I went there. Some people were nice to me and told me that if I wasn't happy, I should try to graduate early, and that's
What's the
honestly
difference
what I
between the
did.
tone?
I went to my counselor and she got me set up, and I'm now taking all my junior classes in hopes of graduating early. Now, here's the thing. I did not tell my mom or her husband about this, as I've been struggling to find a balance between my actual work and my online classes, as I started late in the semester and my classes are due on May 17th, so I am kind of behind. But with this program that I'm a part of, I kind of find some of the answers on the internet, so it's been getting a lot easier for me. The problem is that my mom's husband's son, who's 17,
Yeah, it
graduating
is.
this year, and they were talking about how the house was going to be empty when he's gone, but then they were also joking around saying that at least they had me for for another 2 years, and I told them that 2 years was crazy because I was graduating next year. They asked me what I meant by that, and I told them that I was graduating early as I was taking more junior classes online, and I was planning on taking the other half during the summer. They then got upset with me and asked me why I never told them, and I just said they never asked me about it and I didn't think it was a big deal. I told them that my mom's husband's son already knew, so it's not like it was a secret. I just verbally didn't say anything. I told them that I don't understand why they're so upset because they know now, and they would have found out soon when I started doing it over the summer as well. My mom told me that she was hurt that I wanted to get away from her so quickly, and I told her that I wasn't doing that to get away from her, but instead I was doing that so I could be closer to my friends and family as I really miss them. My mom told me that she knows I didn't want to move, but she feels hurt knowing that I would be gone sooner than she anticipated. My mom's husband is upset with me too and genuinely confused. They're acting like I was keeping this huge secret from them when it honestly wasn't that deep. So honestly, am I the jerk for keeping this from my family? Because honestly, at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, I don't think this really was a secret, to be completely honest, but I think you were slowly getting to the point where you could tell them exactly what you have planned for your education, which by the way, in my opinion, is completely up to you. If you want to graduate early and get out of this awful school that treats you like garbage, then go for it. Like, I wouldn't want to be at a school that treated me like that, because for starters, you don't like living there, and it doesn't sound like everybody in that school is really treating you with respect. So I definitely do not think you're the jerk at all. And seriously, like, so what if you graduate early? I've known plenty of people in my life who've gotten out of high school earlier than what other people have done, and things have worked out just fine. It's not like they were behind in life in any kind of way, and if anything, they were just able to start college sooner. And after all, they're the ones that uprooted your life and literally moved you away from your original high school to a place where you not only don't know anybody, but you also have no connection here. Like, you have no friends to look to, and that honestly is not fair. So I completely understand where you're coming from. I don't think you're the jerk, and honestly, the fact that your mom and her husband are getting upset, in my opinion, is really weird. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. My entitled mother-in-law and sister-in-law demand that my fiance dump me, all because I got into a car accident, claiming that my fiance should be forced to take care of me for the rest of my life, and that she would live a better life away from somebody with such injuries. But after my fiance chewed them out and put them in their place, I busted up laughing, causing them to hate me entirely and want nothing to do with me. So now I'm questioning whether I'm the jerk for laughing at them after they got put in their place, because right now I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I'm a 27-year-old male and I'm getting married to my fiance later this year. She is an incredible woman and I'm the luckiest man alive to have her in my life. Unfortunately, she comes attached to a very entitled and self-absorbed family. I genuinely don't know how my fiance ended up as amazing as she is with these people around. The main players in this conflict are my mother-in-law and sister-in-law to be. When my fiance and I announced our engagement last year, my sister-in-law had a complete breakdown, throwing a full tantrum that she deserved to get married first, and my fiance should be forced to wait. Now, I was so confused by this reaction, but my fiance just looked bored, which confused me even more. Apparently, her sister does this a lot when she feels she deserves something more than my fiance, and my mother-in-law took my sister-in-law's side, saying that dating wasn't as easy for her. My fiance always tells them off for being annoying and ridiculous, and they hate it, which is always funny to me. So with that bit of background out of the way, here's where I might need some help. 3 weeks ago, I got into a nasty car crash, and my left leg is broken in multiple places. The doctors say I'll likely have a permanent limp even after I heal because of how bad the injury is, and I might even need a cane. My fiance is an absolute angel and has been by my side every step of the way. I'm going to need a couple different surgeries and some serious physical therapy before I can properly walk again, and she's been pushing my wheelchair since I got home. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law stopped by yesterday, and that's where all the trouble is. My sister-in-law suddenly asked my fiance when she would be leaving me, and she said this flat out while I was still in the room. My mother-in-law also chimed in saying a wheelchair or a cane would look horrible in wedding pictures, so it would be best for her to cancel and leave. And when she said this, I was completely horrified. Now, I didn't even get to open my mouth before my fiance went absolutely ballistic at her mom and sister. She told them that they were delusional if they believed that she was that shallow. She kicked them out almost immediately, saying that she was done and over their garbage. I mean, they both looked like they sucked on extra sour lemons, and I couldn't help but laugh at their expressions. And this was apparently what did it for them, and they both huffed off, still insisting they were just looking out for my fiance. I laughed for a couple of minutes before finally calming down. My fiance just looked so exhausted, so we had some cheer-up snuggles. I've been getting messages from my sister-in-law all day saying that me laughing at them wanting my fiance to not have to spend the rest of her life looking after me was completely uncalled for, and I'm just a jerk for that. She makes it sound like I'm completely paralyzed and that I'll need 24/7 care until I pass away. But I don't think I did anything wrong. So honestly, am I the jerk for laughing at them in the way that I did? Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Before we go any further, the original poster actually has an update. Here's what they had to say about the situation at hand. Okay, so this thing got a lot more attention than I thought it would, considering how dumb the whole situation is. But actually, I'm glad it did, because I've been reading the comments with my fiance, and we're both seeing how messed up her mom and sister's behavior actually is. She said she hadn't even thought about going no contact, since she was just so used to their garbage, but now we're really talking about making that happen. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law have also officially been uninvited from the wedding, which they did not take well, especially my mother-in-law. My sister-in-law is blocked on my phone now, but her and my mother-in-law still message my fiance. It's a little hard for her to block them completely just yet, but we will keep working on it. And for those who have asked where the father-in-law is during all of this, I honestly don't actually know. He divorced his wife a long time ago and doesn't have contact with her or his daughters anymore. My fiance says that she doesn't care or miss him because he was just as bad as her mom and sister. Now, lastly, for those asking, yes, I absolutely did spoil my fiance later after they left. I already mentioned Snuggles, but we also got her favorite takeout and binged this new show that she's been wanting to check out. So with all things considered, everything is starting to go pretty well. Wow, the mother-in-law and sister-in-law in this story are so out of line. Like, they seriously went up to this fiance and said, you need to dump this guy right now. And here you are sitting in the room, like, listening to all this. Like, I can't imagine being talked to like that, especially as if I'm not in the room. But my god, it sounds like your fiance is awesome. She had your back almost immediately. Before you even had a chance to respond, she had that on lock and absolutely knew exactly what she was gonna say. So hopefully these people don't play a big role in your life, because seriously, they sound incredibly toxic. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. I am so sick of entitled people coming into my coffee shop only to then be ignorant to how we handle our orders. And I'm honestly so sick of it that I now seriously don't know what to do. So I work at a cafe where we sell coffee as well as bagels and pastries. We get quite busy as we are a popular location, and sometimes whoever is on the bar will be over a dozen drinks deep. We try to work as quickly as possible to reduce wait times, but obviously things can happen. Well, I have an entitled couple who come in frequently, and they give me the same issues every single time. They will clearly see a long line of drinks lined up to be made, and I have clearly told them in the past that there's quite a few ahead of you, but if you keep your ears open, you will hear us call out your drinks, or I'll flag you down myself. And despite the fact that they have just ordered only 2 minutes ago, they will come up to the bar and say to me, is this my mocha? But of course, it's definitely not. I loudly and clearly say that this is a different drink. They'll then come up to the bar and just stare hard at whoever is making drinks and interrupt the workflow to say, I'm waiting for my mocha. And I think to myself, yes, that's wonderful, but I have yet to call that out. I haven't once said mocha, and you're still in line. And the kicker is, once I finally call their drinks out, they are nowhere to be found, or they're just not paying attention. While we're quite literally yelling that their drinks are ready, and we're not doing it in a rude way, they're just staring into space while their lattes sit and get cold or lose their foam. When they finally arrive, they are genuinely so surprised that their drinks are now cold. But like, I'm not a waitress and I don't do table service. Come to the bar if you want to get your drink. I don't have time to hand deliver your stuff to your table. They simply don't listen. I've had a whole party at a previous cafe that I worked at come up to order, and one person would say, "What's the soup of the day?" But then I would say, "Unfortunately, we do not offer soup." Then I swear to God, the entire party, one by one, keeps asking me what soup we have, and it all just feels like I'm getting messed with. Having to repeat quite literally half a dozen times that we don't have soup because nobody is listening to me or acknowledging the info I give them is honestly insane. If I have to call out one more drink, only to then be met with a confused, blank, lead-poisoning stare, I'm honestly gonna lose it. And I'm sure that anyone who's worked a service industry job can definitely relate. Yeah, I can't stand people who act like this. They very clearly are trying to cause problems and like get ahead of the line, but then when their stuff is actually ready, they are literally nowhere to be seen. Like they drop off the face of the map and they're just off somewhere else doing who knows what. And then they get upset that their stuff is cold, but it's like, dude, I called out your order like 5 times. Where were you? And the thing is, I'm sure these people probably move like super fast. Like they know how to make these drinks and get it ready properly in probably a short amount of time. But expecting it right after you order it is insane. Like that doesn't make any sense, and you're not helping anybody by acting that way. So yes, I totally relate with what you're saying, and I totally understand why you're frustrated. Because acting like this is so out of touch, and it is so frustrating to have to put up with it. Am I the jerk for refusing to take part in the joint baby shower that my aunt strongly wants to throw for me and my 2 half-sisters? Because I'm convinced that this will only cause problems. Here's what happened. I'm a 26-year-old female and I'm pregnant, and so is my 2 half-sisters who are 27 and 29. Our shared aunt asked each of us individually if she could host a baby shower for us. My 2 half-sisters said yes, and they only said yes thinking it was just the 2 of them. My aunt told me that it was going to be a surprise that all 3 of us would be the guests of honor. I asked her why she would surprise them like that, and she said it's because they never get to see me and haven't seen me at all since I became pregnant. So she felt it would be amazing for 3 sisters getting pregnant at the same time. And since we would be due at around the same time, we should have a joint shower. Now for some background, my half-sisters and I share a dad. He and their mom were on and off again, and during an off period while she was pregnant with the youngest of my half-sisters, he met my mom. He ended up marrying my mom super fast, and then a couple of months later, I was on the way. My half-sister's mom also married around that time, and they lived with their mom and stepdad most of the time and spent every weekend with me and my parents. Now, we were not close growing up. My dad had a good relationship with them, and they adored him, but they never wanted me around. Because we were so close in age, we were often put together, and people assumed that we were close. They would leave me behind, ignore me, and act like I wasn't even there. They acknowledged their half-siblings born through their mom as siblings, but I was never even acknowledged as a half-sibling. If we were around dad, maybe, but definitely not when anyone else was around. Family vacations used to suck because we would end up sharing a room, and they would tell me they didn't like me or want me in the room with them. They would say I ruined their sister time. Now, nothing has changed between us as adults. My dad is disabled from a terminal illness, and that meant casually being in the same place has decreased a lot. It hasn't gone unnoticed by the extended family, and most of them accepted that this is something my half-sisters want. But my aunt seems to ignore the fact that it's a choice that they made, and not something that is due to clashing schedules or something like that. So she came up with this idea of the baby shower. I explained why this was a bad idea, and I told her very clearly they do not want me in their lives, and they would not have me on the guest list, let alone share the date with me in any kind of way. She told me that I was being ridiculous and they would love it. So I told her that I would not take part in this. She told me it would be fun, and when I still refused, she told me I should be thankful that she wants to do this for me. I asked her why she didn't tell the whole truth then and see exactly what they say, but she told me that I'm being ungrateful and that I'm trying to ruin the surprise. So am I the jerk for turning this down? Because right now I seriously don't know what to do. Your aunt is absolutely delusional. It's almost like she's ignoring all the facts sitting right in front of her face. How can she not know that your half-siblings don't like you? They have made that abundantly clear, and it's pretty obvious that they don't want you in their lives. And the fact that your aunt is like, oh, don't be silly, this is gonna be great. Like she is just blatantly ignoring all of your concerns, and she is only making this worse by trying to make this some kind of like weird surprise. But like that is not gonna go over well at all. Because here's the thing, these half-siblings aren't gonna blame the aunt for scheduling this. What's probably gonna happen instead is that these half-siblings siblings are going to be like, wow, I can't believe she did that. And by she, I'm referring to the original poster. I guarantee you they'll try to take this out on her and try to make it seem like she's the one that planned this. So in my opinion, I think it's a very good idea to back out of this and say, no, I'm not going to participate. Because I do not see this going well in the slightest, especially with your aunt trying to make this some kind of surprise. I like my current job and the people there, but I'm starting to think that it's my time to look elsewhere, all because of the restaurant culture and the payout system. But I seriously feel like I'm at a crossroads, and at this point, I'm very unsure of where to go. Here's what happened. So I started a month and a half ago, and it's my first restaurant job, as I had previously come from a serving job at a nightclub. I like the people there, I like the customers, and I obviously enjoy serving, but I feel like the restaurant vibe just isn't for me. Plus, I definitely clash with a general manager, even though he's okay some of the time. The thing about my previous job and this job that has me considering leaving is the babysitting and go find something to do mentality, plus the major pay cut in tips. At my last job, we were trusted to get our work done when we saw fit and on our own timeline. We didn't have the manager up our butt saying, go empty the trash, go clean the windows, stop standing around. And at my last job, if there were no customers and my bar setup was finished, I could chill out and do pretty much whatever I wanted. When it came to closing, we all just did what needed to be done. We didn't have an assignment list, and if I preferred shutting down the bar and the other girl preferred cleaning the sales floor, then we just did exactly that. If we both preferred to split up evenly, then we did that as well. It was pretty much self-governed by the waitresses, which apparently I really took for granted. At the new job, they just assign us what they want and we have no say. Plus, the side work is much more, and it's much more time-consuming, and the money we make just simply isn't enough to make up for it. Not to mention that it's gross with all the greasy dishes and sauces. Plus, the tip out is ridiculous. Tipping out $5 to my lazy bar back and paying $5 for parking when I made $300 on a Monday seems very minuscule compared to paying out $20 or more when I barely made $120 at the restaurant. I'm already getting tired of waiting 2 weeks for an $800 check when I could have made that in 2 or 3 days at my last job and gotten cash the same night for it. And speaking of cash tips, we never get to keep ours because we have to pay tip out in cash and use our cash as a bank for the change since there are no cash registers. So it's literally impossible to leave with cash in hand. At my last job, I saved up $40,000 in less than 2 years. I made $800 in my first weekend, and I probably made like $70,000 a year easily. But I've been here for over a month and I have nothing to show for it. Plus, the principle of tipping out the bartender so much when they are allowed to stand around and do nothing while we have to take their liquor stock upstairs just doesn't seem fair. The manager will literally sit there and just laugh with the bartender all morning while barking at us servers to take liquor upstairs and clean windows. And the bartender is either talking or playing on their phone. Meanwhile, the manager made a snarky comment at me when I used my phone for the calculator. My boyfriend, who's a restaurant manager, made it a point to tell me that bartenders are above servers. And I just don't like that, especially since I came from a place where we did everything and made the money to compensate for it. So I think the bartenders can at least take their own stock upstairs before opening. I have been eyeballing the bar across the street and actually had applied there before I got hired at the restaurant I'm at now. And after I talked to my server tonight about their mobile toast system, since we don't have the mobiles, he asked where I serve that uses toast, and we got talking about me being interested in working there. I told him I work across the street and that I would love to work there, and he said to check back in a few weeks. I just don't know if I should go for it since it took forever to get my current job, and I do like most of the people there. I just know that it would be a better fit for me to be in a more laid-back adult environment, somewhere where the managers don't treat their employees as school-aged labor mules, where they ask me what I'm doing and then demand that I go clean windows, because that is something I definitely was used to hearing at high school at a fast food job, but it is not something I ever want to hear when I'm serving. Yeah, the job you're working at right now sounds like they micromanage you a lot. Like, that really must be annoying, especially coming from the job you were just at. Because it sounds like your previous job was really like a dream. You were able to get stuff done on your own, you didn't have managers breathing down your neck seeing if you're working hard, and it really did seem like you had a lot of autonomy in what you do. And I've got to be honest, for me, when I'm looking at a job, if I don't have full autonomy to do whatever I need to do to get stuff done, and instead have to check in with a manager for every little thing, then that's like a big red flag that no, I definitely do not want to work there. Because that shows me that they're never going to trust me with anything that I do at that restaurant. They are always going to be on my case even if I do my job perfectly, and it really seems like no matter what you do, it's never going to be good enough. And that's just not fair, especially when you really are doing a good job. So in my opinion, I think you absolutely should go to the bar across the street. It sounds like it would be a better fit for you, and regardless of if you like most of the people at your current job, if they're not paying you the rate that you deserve, then in my opinion, I think it's time to chase the money and go somewhere where you definitely will be happy. Would I be the jerk if I called out my parents for their seemingly double standards when it comes to me and their religion? Because right now I am very frustrated, and at this point I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. I want to start off by saying that this has been a challenging situation. To preface this, I am the only girl of my 4 siblings. I'm 27 years old, and I have 2 older brothers who are 39 and 35, and I have 1 younger brother who's 27. While my older brothers are 11 and 7 years older than me, we have always had a pretty close relationship, and my younger brother and I are only 18 months apart. My dad is a pastor, so we grew up in a pretty religious household, which I still really value. I love my brothers and I love my parents. However, there are a ton of double standards, and I have recently been calling them out. For instance, my oldest brother and his now wife got pregnant before they got married. My parents, although really shocked, were thrilled and offered anything my brother may need to help their situation. My dad officiated their wedding like nothing was wrong. My other older brother bought a house with his girlfriend and they moved in together. They needed some help with a down payment, and my parents stepped in and gave them a few $1,000s to help them, with literally no strings attached. Now, when it comes to my younger brother, he is a straight up mess, which is his words, not mine. He has struggled in the past with drugs, self-hatred, and things that go along with that. He has been in and out of rehab and therapy, and has lived with almost every girlfriend he has ever had. My parents get upset, but hardly bat an eye. When it comes to me, I started dating the love of my life about a year ago. I was not a big dater in high school or college, so when things got serious with him, it was a huge deal. He and I have seriously talked about marriage and kids, and he is the first relationship I have actually felt comfortable in. And he and I have made the decision together to move in with each other about 6 months ago. We told his parents, our brothers, cousins, friends, and they are all extremely happy for us. But I had been avoiding telling my parents for obvious reasons. My mom and dad knew that I was moving, they just did not know where I was going. My mom came over to help me pack the other day, and out of nowhere she said to me, "Honey, I need to tell you that we love your boyfriend, but I am unhappy with your decision. It really grieves God." I said to her that I
What?
understand, but I'm an adult and I can make my own decisions. She said she understood that, but said that she needed to voice her opinion. She then said to me, "I want to do the mom thing and help you decorate and see the house, but I just can't under the circumstances." I then asked her if she really meant she would never come to my house, even if I personally invited her over. Well, she just looked at me and shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Well, who knows?" And honestly, that really hurt me. It almost feels like selective religiousness. I have been struggling with this for some time. Even before the moving in part, I really want to sit down with my parents and ask them if this petty feud is worth a relationship with me and my boyfriend that they claim to love so much. Would I be the jerk if I asked them to try and compartmentalize their feelings like they did for my brothers? Because if they don't, I'm just gonna keep my distance. What should I do? I don't think the original poster's a jerk at all, and I don't think you would be a jerk for giving them some kind of insight into how you feel. First of all, straight up, yes, they are absolutely being hypocrites here. If they really believed what they believed, then they would have chewed out your brothers just like they're doing to you. And I'm not saying someone can't be religious and have their own standards, but if you're really gonna try and be like, "Oh yeah, God is grieving right now," then why did you only treat your daughter like this and not your 3 other sons? This seems very hypocritical, and honestly, it just isn't fair, because there very clearly is a double standard going on here. And if I was in your shoes, I would not only have a talk with them, but I would absolutely point out exactly the way they're acting. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories, check out the playlist at the top of the description. And if you want some chill music to put on in the background, check out easymode.com. If you like Am I the Jerk, subscribe to Am I the Genius. Everything will be linked down below in the description. An entitled Karen demands that I move from my airplane seat just so her husband can take my seat, despite the fact that I paid extra just to get this seat. But after dealing with similar situations so often in my life, I decided to
heard
put
that
my
as
foot down
seed,
and stand up for
not
myself,
seat.
putting this entitled Karen and her husband back in their
I'm saying that
place.
right now.
Here's what happened. So I was flying between Scandinavia and Western Europe. It was just a short 3-hour flight, and I booked it several months in advance and paid just a little bit extra for an aisle seat on an emergency row. I am 6 foot tall and I love me some leg room. I then sat down with this American Karen-like woman who was already in the window seat. It's a smaller plane, so the rows have 2 seats on each side of the aisle, and the woman was looking at me pretty hard, bordering right on the edge of an impolite stare. I gave her a polite smile and greeting and carried on minding my own business. You know, just like you would normally do on an airplane. She then continues to give me this appraising look, and not even 10 seconds later, she taps her husband on the shoulder who is sitting in the row in front of her and tells him very loudly, "Oh honey, why don't you just come sit over here next to me?" She then turns to me and says, "Do you mind?" I mean, she didn't even ask me. She just basically told me to switch seats. But I didn't miss a beat. I said to her, "As a matter of fact, I do mind. I paid extra for this seat and I'm not giving it up." Well, when I said that, she stared at me completely flabbergasted, but I did not break eye contact. We stared at each other a good while, whilst her husband was already standing next to my seat with his belongings, literally breathing down my neck and encroaching on my personal space. It was like being smothered by an entitlement sandwich, but I did not flinch. In the end, she turned her red, blotchy face to the window without saying another word, and her husband was chided back into his seat by a flight attendant. It seemed like she sized me up and thought I would fold, as I must have looked like a nice young woman. And trust me, the amount of issues this cliche has caused me throughout the years is exponential. It also kind of felt like this was one of the tricks that she probably played way more often than usual. But unluckily for her, my mama gave me a sturdy spine and a taste for confrontation. And next time, if they want to sit together, then maybe they should pay for their seats. Honestly, how entitled can you possibly get if you're gonna look at someone sitting next to you and be like, "Okay, it's time for you to move because my husband's gonna sit there instead"? Like, that is crazy to me. Mostly because the original poster has it right. If they really wanted to sit together, they should have gotten those seats ahead of time. You don't just come after someone and be like, "Oh, you're gonna move so that we can sit together." That is just super rude, so it makes it even better when the original poster decides to stand up for themselves. Because if someone's gonna act this entitled, then they better expect to get some kind of confrontation. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for missing my niece's 18th birthday party simply because some of my children were being intentionally excluded? Because right now, my sister is angry at me, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, I want to start off by saying that my sister does not really like 2 of my children. They are 8 and 10 years old, they have autism, and they are high energy, but they are great kids. I don't just say that because they're mine. They are exceptional students, they excel in their musical and sport hobbies, and they are well liked by everyone. No one else in the family has any issue with them, and we recently attended a formal sit-down dinner and dance for my grandmother's 80th birthday, and we had no issues. When they were younger, I refused to set them up for failure and avoided fancy restaurants or other places not appropriate for high-energy kids. So we did miss my sister's 40th, as I had newly separated from my husband, had a newborn via C-section, and wasn't sure that I could cope with the kids in that setting, but was reliant on others to drive us there, so I couldn't just leave if I needed to. Plus, it was a per-head buffet, and would have been a waste to leave before eating. And I believe that she is still salty about that even 6 years later. Now, there will be other children at this party, around 20 of them, and they're all ranging from 11 years old down to newborn. My nieces invited me, and then my sister changed dates, so it's no longer on my kid-free weekend. She then contacted me saying, "You will have to get a babysitter for those 2. My other children, who are 19, 13, and 6 years old, they were invited. They are hiring a hall, cooking a barbecue dinner, having a local band play, so it is very family-friendly. Well, I've booked the holiday overseas instead for myself and the kids, and we will be there instead. I'll send the girls some cash as presents, and they are both moving to the city where I now live for university next year. So I'll help them move and fill their pantries as a housewarming gift, which I did for my oldest child as well. Well, my sister is now complaining that I'm going on holiday rather than going to her party. So am I the jerk for skipping out on this? What should I do? I personally don't think you're the jerk at all, because I think what your sister is doing is really rude. Like, seriously, if she's gonna call up the original post poster and be like, oh, the rest of your kids can be here, but those 2 other kids can't come along, then how on earth could you ever expect the original poster to honestly show up? Like, that wouldn't be fair for the 8 and 10-year-old, regardless of how high energy they might be. Not to mention that it would just be super rude, and it's making this assumption that those kids really would be like out of control and ruin the night. But I'm sure that the original poster could find some kind of activity or something for them to do, just so they could try and like pass the time while they're at this party. So no, you are definitely not the jerk. I think the way that your sister is acting is completely uncalled for, and honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would definitely not go to this party either, simply because of the way that she was acting. Am I the jerk for refusing to share my inheritance with my father's new child, as he is currently demanding this money right now, claiming that he needs it before this kid is born? Here's what happened. Okay, so for starters, my father is an only child. My grandmother and grandfather were kind of disappointed with how he chose to live his life after high school, as he wasted a bunch of his time and their money pursuing courses of study that he didn't have any real interest in. They made sure he graduated debt-free and then left him to his own devices. When he married my mom, they helped pay for the wedding and gave them the down payment for their home. My mom and dad then spent the next 20 years just goofing off. When I was born, I was pretty much given to my grandparents to raise. My maternal grandparents helped as much as they could, but they are back in Argentina. So I was basically raised as my dad's little brother and not as his kid. My grandparents came to my parent-teaching meetings. They attended my sporting events. I mean, seriously, they were my parents. My biological mother passed away when I was 12 years old, and I found out weeks later since my dad didn't bother telling anybody. When I was 25 years old, my grandparents got taken within 2 months of each other. My grandfather went last, and in his will, he left my dad $50. He left an animal rescue organization $50,000, and then he left the rest to me. They had already paid for my education, and I thanked them, and I was planning on paying them back once my career got going. But now I have a huge old house and a rather nice nest egg. I'm 35, and my fiance and I are about to start our own family. Well, my dad calls me out of the blue and says that he has remarried, which is news to me, and that his new wife is expecting. And I congratulated him, not really knowing what else to do from there. He said that obviously my grandparents would want their grandchildren to share equally in their estate. He said I need to talk to the lawyers and see about setting up a trust fund for this new kid and any future kids down the line. But I said that I was not splitting my inheritance and that it was his job as a parent to provide for his children. He tried saying that his parents hadn't provided for him, but I asked him about his debt from 7 years of university. I asked about the money for his wedding and about his mortgage. I asked him to please provide me with information about how much he paid towards my education, how much he helped me when I bought my first home, what he gave me towards my own wedding. Well, he said that he didn't have the kind of money that his parents had. I asked him how much he earned at his job, and he said that he worked to live and not live to work. And that was always something that he said to my grandfather, so it really hit home with me. He has spent his entire life on easy mode. I told him that if he is a competent father and his new kids finish high school, I will happily help them get an education. But he said that he needs the money right now. So I asked him why my unborn half-sibling needed money, but it turns out my dad hasn't been paying his taxes. I offered to buy his house and rent it back to him, but he said I was being a jerk like his dad and trying to control him with money. My wife is with me, but she thinks I was harsh and that his kid deserves a leg up. So honestly, am I the jerk in this scenario? What should I do? Yeah, it really sounds like your dad was kind of a deadbeat while you were growing up. Like he did not provide for you at all, and instead basically dropped you off at your grandparents' house and said, okay, have fun. And that's really unfair to you. Also, you know what? If your grandparents wanted to leave your dad anything, they would have given him much more than just $50. And for the record, they've already given him so much money. They gave him money for his mortgage and his university studies, and all this other money for his wedding, and he just blew it all down the drain. And the fact that he was lazy early in life is not your fault at all. This guy wasted away his inheritance, and he literally only has himself to blame. So in my opinion, I don't think you're the jerk for refusing to share your inheritance, because it sounds like your father is not going to use that money for his kids at all, but instead he's going to try and use that only for himself. An entitled passenger ruins my flight experience as he screams and cries about how bad the customer service is. And after dealing with this for several hours, once I finally got off the airplane, I gave this guy a piece of my mind in a way that I honestly never thought I was capable of doing. Here's what happened. So I was returning home from a trip that I cut short due to a family health emergency. The flight was pleasant, but I was in a bad place mentally. I did what I usually do in circumstances like that, and I just kept to myself saying just a few words. I plugged in my headphones and I started to listen to some some podcasts during the 2 hour nasally voice. I pulled out my earbuds and I heard a guy arguing with a flight attendant about how he had asked for something several times. To the podcast timer, and he was still ranting in this annoyingly pretentious way about professionalism, as well as respect and giving customers what they want. I then switched to some rock music to drown him out, and I saw the captain coming over to talk to him. I mean, he was flailing his arms around like spaghetti. My worry about my hospitalized grandmother gave way to anger, and I started fantasizing about all the ways I would shut him up. The captain walked over with a frustrated look on his face, and the flight attendant started serving the other passengers and ignoring his attempts to stir up trouble. I think they got him some alternative drink, which he never even touched. Eventually, we landed, and I put my earbuds away to get ready to leave. He was the first in line by the airplane door, and I was right behind him. The door opened, and an airport security guard was standing there to escort him through the tube. I followed behind, and by the end of the tube, a high-ranking guard was waiting for him. He stood blocking the way out, and I saw that other passengers behind me were also fed up with this guy who never shut up for more than half of the flight. He was arguing about how terrible the crew and the service was, and how he had never had service this bad before. He kept saying he needs to leave now because his family was waiting for him, or some other reason. At this point, my anger was starting to boil. I thought to myself, should I shove him? Should I bang my pulley bag onto his leg? Should I punch him in the back? When everybody started clapping, I had to head straight to the hospital, and everyone behind me had places to go. I've heard many stories about people like him online. I mean, nobody would feel bad for them, but this wasn't only about them. It was also about who I am and what kind of person I want to be. I took a couple of breaths to calm down as he was telling the guards how to do their jobs, and with the most aggressive tone I could possibly come up with. Despite my stress and exhaustion, I finally spoke up. I said to him, "Get that F out of my way." Now, that F-bomb, which was definitely an F-bomb, was more than enough to stun him, since everyone else was following a code of conduct required by their jobs. And for the first time since I noticed him, he had nothing to say. Well, the guards took advantage of his silence and started to move him away, hopefully to get him to some back office where he will be delayed for a few hours. I left the airport and headed home for a quick shower and a change of clothes before going to the hospital. My thoughts kept going back to the entitled guy and how he thought he could be a pretentious and rude guy with people whose jobs require them to be polite. Politeness never works with them, and sometimes meeting someone who thinks they're scum is the wake-up call that they deserve. Honestly, good for you for the way you handled that. This guy ruined the flight experience for everybody involved, and you are 100% right. Everybody who worked on that plane probably really tried to be as professional as possible. But this guy clearly, from the sounds of it, was not going to have any of that. And I think you're 100% right as well. Being polite to people like this doesn't always work. And sometimes for entitled people like this, it sometimes is helpful to remind them that yes, you are the problem. Because this guy's attitude was completely inappropriate. And I think the way you handled this was absolutely amazing.
Alright, so I'm gonna end the stream now since I finally finished the storage room. As you see, it took a long time doing it. Technically, I have to add the ladder, but I'll do that tomorrow. Bye.